right, change that. All right. Now let's see. Okay. Asthmatic, what's going on? How are you guys tonight? Let's see, change my sound settings real quick. See what's going on with that. It's really low. No, it's at 75%. Okay. All right. We'll have to roll with it. How are you guys tonight? Holiday was okay. Busy. Busy weekend. How are you guys? The like button is to your left. Please press it upon entering. Support the channel if you can. We're only here once a week. I was listening to Obsidian, who's here every day, darn near. So it's Black Friday. Anybody do any shopping? Anybody buy anything? Wolf, what's up? Three and a half down. You talking about your channel or what? Gerard boy, what's going on? Hey, well, I said I was gonna be here, so I'm here in the virtual flesh. Yeah, well, we're in a recession, even though they try to tell us that we aren't. I'm sure we won't hear about the recession until lightsaber gummies and a Sprite. Okay. Yeah, the lines aren't crazy like they normally are. Hey, Sada, what's going on? So now we're all here. What do you guys want to talk about? Oh, your bank account. What did you spend it on, Wolf? Well, you got that bachelor's cave, man. Wolf, you have that bachelor's pad, so I'm sure you had to make it a little bit more comfy. Lonnie Love. Okay. Why Lonnie Love? Yeah, well, no, the shelves aren't empty. That's for sure. Oh, okay. Got stuff you can put out by waiting for the end of the year sale, huh? R. Kelly got a new accuser. Was there one more on the pile? A broke squirrel love. Uh, she's lonely, man. So she went and got her a white man. You might as well get what you want. If you got to pay, you might as well get what you want. Yeah, I did catch the last episode of HBO's Watchmen. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I didn't like the image. I didn't like the image. They want to kill the the image of the black man so far down that it can't be repaired. Black men in that show are just sexual objects. For your video game, you can't create anything on a laptop, man. You need if you're gonna create anything, you need some horsepower. You need a desktop. Yeah, I'm sure I did. I'm sure I did. Let me check it again. Oh yeah, we had seen that one. Yeah, in fact, they've done a couple shows about April Mason. They're giving an award to the brother Bob for giving them award. Hey, if you're gonna be a magic Negro, you might as well get a reward for it. You know what? If now I don't know what Lonnie Love has said about black men, but if she wants, she's a fat black girl. She wants a fat black white guy. Then more power to her. That's like she was hiding under the table. She didn't want to get exposed. Oh, for the games that you create. Okay. Okay. Because art need to jump on that 3900 before it disappears again. Yeah, but I'm not surprised about them giving an award to Botham Jean or Lonnie Love getting her a white man. Now sisters can actually come out and get what they really want instead of being mad at black men. They can come out and if they want a white man, go get a white man. Because they're finding out is brothers really don't care. Really, they're not going to answer to us anyway. They answer to other women. 2 day shipping. Did you cop it? Did you go ahead and punch that button? For the most part, men don't care. Black women have been dealing with white men forever. Uh, Black men really don't really care like that. And well, unemployed white man has if you can push him, has a better potential to get a job than unemployed black man. Well, yeah, conditioned to not to care. Well, we never really did. The only time that I can figure when black men actually cared whether black women dated a white man is when that white man caused trouble for everybody else. But man, they've been dating, they've been dating white men forever. Where do you think all the mulattoes used to come from before they actually passed the law? And nobody ever burned down a white man's house for having a black wife, or vice versa. They never attacked a black woman for having a white husband, but they would. But as soon as a black man comes in the neighborhood, they always want to attack the brothers. And the brothers only have to not necessarily have to date the women like the Hispanics nowadays. because the Latinas are choosing black men. The Latinos feel some kind of way, and they starting fights with black dudes just because their women are choosing. Black men can't cut a break, man. No, it's never a big issue. It's never been a big issue. Black women, that's so passe. I don't even know why black women make a big deal. They only make a black deal of it when a deal of it when black men do it. If if black men stayed in their little corner in their own little segment and took what's dished out, nobody would say nothing. Well, they were brought here for that. They were brought here for that. It is what it is. And the only reason that Lonnie Love is getting some kind of flack is because she was talking all that smack. Other than that, they don't really care because I think just about all the other women on that panel they date others. You know, you have one biracial chick that has a white man as a husband. You got an Asian chick that has a boyfriend that's black. So, and I forget what the other one was. I think the other girl she has a white husband. So Lonnie Love's right in good company. Hell, Whoopi Goldberg's been dating white men forever. Nobody's ever said anything. I guess nobody really cares about her. So I don't know. Yeah, did Lonnie Love? I mean, I heard she was crying. I don't know what she was crying about, but she was bragging about her white men just a few weeks ago. What happened? Somebody must have came at her. Also, you got to remember Cleopatra was mixed. She wasn't Nubian. She was mixed. She was Greek and African and black. The Ptolemies were Greek. Uh, and we don't chase them. I don't know. They keep wanting us to chase them. They keep wanting us to care that that they're dating they're dating a white man. See, where's the car? I had a somebody sent me a is it a cartoon? And find it. See, if I find the doggone thing. It was really because it kind of summed it up. I don't know if I can find it, but you know uh, the myth of white womanhood is real. The thing is that's a black man can't give a black woman white womanhood. He can't. So since he can't, she needs to go do what she needs to go do. She can find her a white man. Go find a white man. Because I was who was that? It was Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers. When he was in the NBA and got married to a there it is. Let me see. He got married to a white woman, and got married to a white woman, and I think it was on the red table when what's her name was on there when uh, Aisha Curry was on there, had her meltdown, but she was mixed, and she was saying that they had went on vacation and they came back. Somebody had burnt down the whole farm. They're not allowed to. They're not allowed to bring them to the house. Well, the thing is, where do you send them to school? If you send them to school out amongst the English, that's what they're gonna come back with. They want us to squirm, squirm, doing what? Let me share my screen. There was another one. I'm trying to find it. Oh, that's the one I want to find. That's the one. I think that's it because we get a lot of swirlers. Hey, artisan, we get a lot of swirlers on my channel. Okay, serious Killmonger. Okay, man, chill out. Oh, that they're leaving us? Okay. Well, the Mandalorian is trying to appeal to the younger males. But I think that's what's really going on. That I don't know. Do they want our attention? Do they not want our attention? Uh, I don't. Sometimes with that kind of stuff, I really don't get black women in a way. They 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 say they want us, but they don't want to treat us. They don't want to treat us a certain way. And if we say we want to be treated a certain way, otherwise we're leaving, they say they're gonna get a white man. And we said, okay, well, go get your white man. We're supposed to take their abuse. I'm not saying all women, but we're supposed to take abuse because I don't know. I don't get them. That's the thing we had with the with uh, with April Mason. And that's the part I was saying. With not all black women, but with the typical black woman talking about protection. Um, Now they have a right to ask for black men to step up and protect. They have a right to ask, okay, and because they're our cohort, they're our demographic. They have a right to ask, but they don't have a right to demand. You know, and when they talk about protection, they don't ask for protection; they demand protection. Okay, like we were supposed to like put bubble wrap around them yesterday, which I don't like. Yeah, abuse without complaint. That's what they want. Hey, Empress, what's going on? Yeah, yeah, yeah. They want to prove that being with a white man is so much better. If being with a white man is so much better, then by all means, go for it. And I won't blame them. If a black man ain't hitting on nothing, and there's a better man out there, go for it. Because black men ain't gonna be white anytime soon. What do you ladies think? Do black women deserve n- just deserve protection just for nothing? Is it because first thing they say, well, no other group of men um, ask their women, do they deserve protection? And the shit say is that those women don't have to ask because they are this is they mind a social contract. They have a social contract with their men, so they're under the submission of their men. So if they're under your submission, because my son was talking about that um, yesterday when he was over the house. He was saying that The Latinas come at them, and the Latinas come at black men because black men are willing to give them a better deal. Because the Latin men will go out and do whatever they want to do, and tell that woman to stay home and cook and take care of the babies, and she better do it. So naturally, if they mind what that man does, then naturally he'll step up and protect them. Well, they say we're not so machismo. Well, no, we're not. We have a different culture. We live in we're raised by the gynocracy. How could we be machismo? Machismo is not. It's not. Machismo is not. Machismo is not just being masculine or not being what we call having swag. Machismo is a very different culture where that woman is ruled by you, and that woman does obey you, and that woman does wait hand and foot on you. So there's no such thing as machismo in the black community. It doesn't exist. So machismo in Latin culture is very real, and it doesn't exist in the black community. And so in a lot of African cultures, it does too. But not as much in white culture, uh, and definitely not in Latin culture. You might see, I think Korean culture, you see it in Korean culture, Japanese and Korean culture, you see that machismo. Yeah, swag and machismo are not equals. No. Well, if if the community, now, the thing is the men aren't going to do it. Yeah, men aren't going to do that. Men are not going to patrol the neighborhoods and that kind of stuff if there's nothing in it for them. Because you see somebody else do it. You should know that, Empress, in the Islamic culture, everybody has their duty. So the man's duty is to protect his neighborhood and protect his wife and protect the women. Uh, and the women have duties too. Women can't go out and wearing anything in short skirts, talking loud, all the other kind of stuff. There's a strict social contract between men and women. Now, if black women were out there if black women were out there covered with their head covered, with their soft voices, and they were doing what the Islamic women do, then yeah, the black men would be remiss if they didn't do it. This is not a menu item where you can pick what's on the menu. Yeah, I did hear about that. I don't know why April didn't. Black women do that all the time. They just take their um, girlfriends or sisters or cousins' word for anything. They don't investigate nothing. No, it'll be all right for now. Hey, Tony, what's going on? No, April didn't get arrested. Her cousin did. Can't she get you a new GPU? What kind of GPU you looking for, Craig? But I want to ask the ladies: do you think that, regardless of the social contract between black men and women, regardless of what goes on in the neighborhood, regardless of what black women are black men as a group supposed to take the bullet for black women? No questions asked. No matter what black women do, are they supposed to, without no quid pro quo? If black women were disciplined, black men wouldn't have any problems uh, taking up for their women. They used to do it. Oh, 660. Okay. Craig, I thought you was gonna do something a little bit, get something a little beefier. Thought you're gonna go at least to a 2070, man, or 2070 Ti. And 3 hour beats in the house. Yep, they're all in. So, what do you guys think? What do the women think? Do you think that black women or April Mason was right, that deserve has nothing to do with it? Just black men are supposed to automatically do it, like clean up the neighborhood and defend black women? Say Craig is not about that high end life. You don't know. Craig could be getting that 2080 and Founders Edition, and probably he probably got that 3950 just cooling its heels in the background, waiting for it to be plugged in. AKA George Mason. Well, George, yeah, well, oh, not before cleaning up the woman. Now that I agree with. That I agree with. My thing is do what you're supposed to do before you can demand the other person do the same. Robbie says that's a big negative. When you're uncooperative and dysfunctional with your men, you can't get protection. Well, I would tend to agree, but the thing is, I want to hear what the women have to say. Got to lay down your life, and you can't even look sideways at a white woman. Women in the nation opt into their social control and the benefits and responsibilities that go along with it. We have, oh, you do you, and me and I do me, month to month program. General B, that is true. If they, you gonna lay down your life, Craig, for 5800 XT. Yeah, and the thing is that when you looked at the video, then what you find is that she wasn't threatened, and the cops can't do anything if the guy never says anything to you or never puts his hands on you. The cop can't really do much. But anyway, and Edward has been riding for April for God knows how long. 4 years that I've known him, he's been riding for April Mason. And I say when When women are pressed, then you know who the real girl actually is. But I already knew. I said, I heard her voice. I said, no, she wasn't the wallflower type. That would help. That would help a lot. It would help keep black women out of a lot of trouble. Now you know you was riding for April Mason hard, man. The thing is, why is she lonely? She got money, you know. She got some success. She's kind of famous, and she's not bad looking. So why is she lonely? But she's not as I tell you, she's not as dainty as she tries to appear on YouTube. Now her wearing that, you know, wearing that wife beater, you know, in her kitchen. I said that's the real April Mason, talking smack. That's the real her. Even though she wears skirts and heels, she's probably more comfortable in tennis shoes and jeans. I don't think April fits in with them Italian dudes. She got to mess with black men. And what was the other one? And then, well, you know, the Lonnie Love. I mean, that's funny. Lonnie Love comes right after uh, Patrick Patterson, even though he shouldn't have called black women bulldogs. Yeah, that was a little over the top. I kind of understand that he was that he's defending his wife, but if he's gonna say anything, should have went in on the dude that was bothering him. So he's gonna be called Patrick Bulldog Patterson for the rest of his life by black women. But I understand what he meant. And somebody said, "Who was who called herself Pitbull in a dress? What's her name? The rapper Eve. Oh, Patterson played for the UK. He might have. Um, he might have. I know he was drafted in 2010. I didn't look at his whole history. Yeah, he called those attitudes Bulldogs, which I don't think he should have called them that. I said, if you could have picked any other adjective to call black woman, that's probably the worst. That's probably the worst. I could hear him now, as soon as it went out. They had the pitchforks and torches out at the Staples Center looking for him. Yeah, he did. That's the odd thing that he did ask all those women whether they were dainty or whether they were bulldogs. They did say they were all bulldogs. So it's not like they get upset because the black men said it, but the thing is, if they can say it about themselves. Appreciate it, Ruby. We'll see about the Italian dudes. I guess if you pay them right, they'll go for anything. Look, Alani Love got her man to submit, and she even picks him up in her car at the airport. so, so he's a baby boy. He's a white baby boy. He's a white homosexual. So I say that was one, two, three. So there was just something else. I can't remember what it was. Um, oh, I haven't done that one. I was getting ready to do this one about black love. When when black women talk about black love and dating black men, are they saying it because of that's what they want, or is something that's their ideal, or are they really trying to give something back to the black man? Is want is her wanting the black man enough? I'm curious. Yeah, yeah, they call each other, bitches all day long. But the thing is that I think if he had called them that, then it wouldn't have been as bad. But calling them bulldogs kind of made it worse, especially if you're married to a white man. Oh yeah, well yeah, because that's the thing. I was thinking about black love and their expression of black love, and women, black women say, "I believe in black love," uh, and and they preach that to a guy, and when they get pissed off, they say, "Look, I believed in black love. I was getting ready to give you black love, and that's supposed to mean a whole bunch to you." Or I believe in black love, but you chasing a white woman. So I was wondering when they say black love, what does that mean? They should have said drill sergeant. Now you should, if he had said the gynocracy, boy, I'd have just thrown up my hands and said, "I'm done. I can leave now." There's MU. What's up, MU? I don't even have to ask what MU thinks about it. It equals a 500X, 5800 XT. When is the 5800 coming out, Craig, or is it coming out? Because for all intents and purposes, the 3950 didn't come out. It's just a paper launch. Because some of the review sites didn't get it, and then say what they call micro center wherever they're at. Some places had two, some places had five. I think the Sweaters are catching hell right now. I can tell you that. Sweaters are catching hell right now, and I have no problem with swirlers, because they had to go out and compete with those white girls, and white girls don't play nice. White girls compete. My son said the same thing. So them black girls be sleeping, and them Latinas and white women be choosing. They choose hard too. So, Craig, any leaked benchmarks on the 5800 XT? 5800 XT is the graphics. It's a graphics card, or the um, new graphics card that's been leaked by AMD. That's supposed to rival what uh, the 2080 Ti. Black love equals adult slave. You guys ain't nice. Uh, that's the whole thing. That's the part I don't understand. Is that especially with interracial dating, um, they toss. They're really strict about the kind of dudes that they like, right? And most times the kind of dudes that they like are not the same kind of dudes that white women like. Most times, I'm not saying always. Most times, the kind of dudes that when I talk about regular folks, and I talk about the athletes. Everybody wants the athletes, but most times the kind of dudes that black women want aren't the same kind of dudes, black dudes that white women want. I don't understand it. You don't want this kind of dude. So why are you upset when a white woman gets said that that one seemed to be advertising for eunuchs? Well, if they can eunuchs don't work for free. Eunuchs are actually taken care of. Now, because that's the first thing she pulled. When she got embarrassed about demanding protection, that because she believes in black love, then and she encourages other black women to believe in black love. That black men are supposed to throw themselves at her feet and become her unpaid bodyguards.
I have no idea who you're talking about. Go
Oh,
ahead.
April Mason. Oh, April Mason.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just been something. It's been a back and forth. She's a black female dating coach.
Oh, okay. So that's her business. Okay.
It's her business, yeah. And
Oh,
evidently, supposedly, her cousin avoided a potential kidnapping. If you listen to her cousin, even though the videotape and the facts don't support it. And then she went on a live stream and she talked about that, and she said the good men are going to have to get out there and change things because black women ain't protected out here.
so someone tried to kidnap. How old was this woman that was supposed to have been kidnapped?
42.
Oh, please, just stop it. Stop it. I don't need to hear no more of this.
and not a cute 42 either.
I don't care if she was a cute 42. Just please. Okay.
She said three guys in a Charger tried to abduct her.
Three guys.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
and they showed her, they scanned the parking lot of the Circle K that she was in, and no Charger to be found.
Not only that, if three couldn't handle her, come on. Come on.
I
Get out of
said,
here.
unless you owed a lot of money.
A worth it one, but I doubt if either of those things would work out for her. That is crazy. So a dating coach,
hmm
is she on YouTube? Where is
she
she?
she's on Facebook. I think she's bigger on Facebook than YouTube.
Okay. Hmm. And the supposedly kidnapped cousin went to YouTube to talk about this kidnapping.
No, she the attempted kidnapping happened in a Circle K. Her cousin said she was followed, so she went into a Circle K to actually call an Uber because she was walking to work. Now, why are you walking to work? I don't know. Okay, but so she calls an Uber because she was being followed by three guys in a Dodge Charger. So she says when she went into Circle K, there's one guy got out of the car and walked in and followed her around the store. And then when she got into the Uber, the Dodge Charger continued to follow her.
So all three of the men followed her while she
N-
was walking,
No,
or
just
just a
well,
couple?
they were in the car, and then one guy got out and followed her in the store,
And then she called a Uber.
and then she called the Uber, and she said the car continued to follow the Uber, and then she called her
And what?
cousin, and then she called her cousin and told her
Mhm.
cousin what went down. Her cousin said, "You need to call the police."
So you're in an Uber
hmm
and someone's following you, and you just silent, just sitting in the Uber.
Mm.
Okay.
Well, she said she told her that she told her April that she had told the Uber driver that she was being followed, and somebody tried to kidnap her.
What about the Uber driver?
Well, it was that's what she when they interviewed the Uber driver said um, she never said any such thing. In fact, her
I'm sorry.
which is why they arrested her on a false filing a false report.
And tell me she didn't blame it on three black men, did she? She didn't use that line, did she? Come
Yeah,
on. Just,
yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Lord. You know, none of these people are creative. That's the other thing. You say some stuff that's unbelievable.
Uh,
Totally unbelievable. Okay, maybe you followed. Okay, I give you that.
uh,
But by three men,
yeah,
and you go into a store, you don't call the police, you call a Uber.
yeah.
Get out of here. That's just ridiculous. Wow. And they need to charge. That's the other thing. I am tired of people calling the police for no or lying.
Uh,
And then police get involved, all this man power and time and all that kind of stuff.
mm,
And then you just slap the person on the hand, it's usually women.
mm-hmm,
You just slap them on the hand and keep on going. When they just abuse the system. That's
mm-hmm.
crazy. Wow.
And then then she got on YouTube that night and she was complaining about what was going on, and then
Oh Lord. Now
I
we
mean
need some attention. Boy,
April
boy,
Mason
boy.
Did, and then she said that it was sickening that no black man stepped up to help her.
Well, it's so much to say
Hmm.
that I think I don't want to say nothing. How about that? That's crazy. So you're being followed. You call a Uber,
Hmm.
and let's just say if this is just real, let's just say
Hmm.
that, and then you say, okay, no black men step up to follow,
Uh-huh.
but you didn't tell any black men. You just call an Uber driver. You didn't even tell the Uber driver.
Hmm.
So come on. And I know it wasn't in daytime. I
It,
mean,
it
come on,
it it was in broad daylight, like I think it was
broad daylight.
like noontime.
Oh, well, she got a little bit. I'll give that to her for lying in broad daylight. Usually, they wait till it's dusk dawn, dusk
Yeah,
dark
well,
or
yeah,
something.
she might have had a chance if that was the case.
Wow, that is crazy. That is just totally crazy. So, what? Where are these black men that she wanted to come out? They were supposed to be in the store and just assume that she was followed, or
Ah,
um, they were supposed to go to her house after she reported to police or something. I mean, where was these black men supposed to
it
come out
was
at?
it was it's funny because there's like three or four videos. Okay, with the first when April Mason said it, and then the second when uh she came back and gave an update, and she said that she was in her house by herself, and she had posted it on Facebook, and she said no black man volunteered to actually come by and protect her.
So they're supposed to be mind readers. That's the other thing.
Yeah,
So they got. I
yeah.
mean, black
Yeah.
men do have superpowers, But anyway, but still, you want them to be mind readers, and I
Yeah.
wonder how many men did she want to step up? Did she want three,
I don't
or
think
she
she
been
wanted them to
happy with
come
one?
by. She wanted them to offer.
Oh,
Yeah, because she didn't feel she was in her house all by herself, and her sister almost potentially got abducted, and so she didn't feel safe. She
all
wanted
by
somebody to come by
myself.
and make her feel safe.
Oh, so she wanted a hug.
Yeah,
Hug the lie away. Oh,
yeah. She wanted to feel safe. She didn't feel protected, and
oh.
nobody wasn't listening to her, and all her platonic friends weren't out there professing, their protection for her.
Hmm.
They said, I had
That's.
a spare bedroom. They could have slept in the spare bedroom.
I wonder if they have ABT where she lives. She could get that service, and
Yeah, it's a carry state, you know. You and that shotgun. Get a dog.
this is just really wild. And
Mm,
this is just incredible.
mm.
So, what is the woman saying now that is out there that she lied? What is well, at least
Oh,
what's Miss Mason saying?
she's saying that she's saying the truth will come out. In other words, yeah, we didn't see on just because you don't see it on video doesn't mean that that she didn't have that the guy didn't have a gun because she said the guy had a gun, and
Oh,
even though he never pulled it out.
was she looking at his crotch? What was she looking at? Come on,
No,
this is just
she
crazy.
said he walked up to her, mouthed to her that he had a gun. He patted his pocket like he had a gun.
That close. This is just ridiculous. She
Yeah,
got
well,
that close. I mean, the
supposedly.
guy got that close.
Uh-huh.
Suppose he got that
Mhm.
close. Was this outside of the store or where the eggs were?
No.
I mean, where was this? In the store, outside the store? Come
In the
on.
store, evident, just a little bit away from the counter. But that's
Does
her
this
going in.
woman have any children?
I don't know. But that's a Circle K, and that's her walking around.
What's got the hood on? Ain't
Hey, I think
nobody
the guy.
trying to kidnap her. No one was trying to kidnap that woman. Get on out of here.
And she says the guy. Well, she says the guy in the black shirt was following her.
Black shirt, black man. You just gonna really wear that
Mm-hmm.
black out, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
And,
Boy,
and
boy, boy. That's her there with the jeans on.
yeah, the jeans and the tan top.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a small store.
Yeah, it's you in the Circle K, the gas station store.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of a big grocery store or
No, no,
something.
no, small.
So she walking down the street and she went into a gas station.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
And he's supposed to be inside watching her, and there's no. And they actually, I think there was another one where they actually showed the outside of where the other parking lot. There was no Dodge Charger.
What, I had a question. I saw something.
Mm-hmm.
Darn, what was it? I'm trying to see what made. I had a question when I saw something. So she walked back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't know what it is now, but I don't even need to see the video to have known that that was a bunch of crop. That is crazy. Get
Yeah.
on
Good
out of
evening,
here.
Star. Good evening, BGS.
Hey, Ruby, what's going on?
Greetings.
That, that's fine. I'm just listening to y'all, and I mean, this is my first moments hearing this
Mm-hmm.
harrowing tale of how I survived. Um, Jesus. So first we go from the fact that guys simply going, "Hey mama, you're looking good this morning," is sexual harassment. Like you honestly feared for your life in that
Mm-hmm.
moment that that guy complimented you in the middle of broad daylight in the middle of the street as you were walking by.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have, well, if some guy comes into a store and you come into a store, he's
Mm-hmm.
probably there to stalk and kill you. Like, is that the message we're trying to send out to the youth of today?
What
Like,
she's saying is that there was three guys that were following her,
Uh-huh.
And when they were following her, she actually she ran into the Circle K store to actually call an Uber because she's trying to get to work.
Okay, you know what this reminds me of, BGS? So
What?
I'll admit, I have been a paranoid freak in my time. I literally sometimes will get very paranoid that people are there to stalk me, to follow me, to kill me. It actually happens. And so I've been caught on more than one occasion. Instead of driving straight home, I think some car that came off the highway when I did
I was
was
following you.
following me.
Okay.
Yeah. And
See.
I'll start like making crazy turns. And the funny thing is, the more crazy turns I make, it's like they start turning that way too, which then
Hmm.
makes me think for sure they're coming to kill me until they turn off on some other road. And then
Okay.
I see them park in their driveway, get out of the car, walk to the, and I'm like, oh,
Hmm.
yeah. So if I had just driven straight home, they would have turned off like 10 turns ago and everything would have been fine. But I set myself up for this. Like, I can understand as a woman alone outside, whether it's daytime or nighttime, sometimes you can get paranoid. Okay, but let's not go too far now with our own paranoia. Like, you walked into the store. Did it occur to you that maybe these people were just walking behind you and you darted into the store, but that's where they were actually heading? Like, I don't know, like, does that seem that far-fetched? Because to me that seems reasonable, and it happens all the time. They're following you. Well, okay, so you're walking, people happening behind you, you could technically call that following you, even though they're not paying attention to you. Then you walk into a store and they walk into a store, now they're following you. That's it, now they have it out for you. Like, you can get those paranoid thoughts in your head, you can, right? So I don't want to brush her off and say that I think she's lying. I mean, maybe she's just a paranoid freak and she's got this whole YouTube audience. So she went and shared her little paranoia with the world and whatever. And, it wasn't her trying on purpose to lie and bastardize the name yet again of the black man to make him seem like no woman is safe anywhere you go. I think honestly, she might have just been a little bit crazy, a little bit paranoid that day.
Yes, crazy is a beautiful word to use. I'll use that one. Okay. Now let's
Right.
just go with the paranoid part. Okay, let's let her be
Yeah.
paranoid. I'm good with that.
No, she's crazy. Yeah.
But well,
She's
I'm
nuts.
yeah, I'm trying to work with it.
Okay. All
So
right.
let's
Paranoid.
let's say she's a little paranoid.
Hmm.
Okay, I'll
Just a
give
little
the
bit.
woman that. Yeah, just
Hmm.
a little bit.
Hmm.
But why is it that the gun, the man with the gun, the
Hmm.
charger,
Oh,
none of that appeared?
Well, she never said he took the gun out.
But I'm
right.
saying all these things that no one has seen. Now
And
you
she,
paranoid. I'll give you that. But what happened to that magical man? That magical charger? That's what
th-
I'm saying.
and she said the charger followed her all the way to work, but there was no charger.
And the Uber driver
Hmm.
has no recollection of any of this.
No,
So where is the, you
th-
know,
they're all working together. It's
the
a
Right. But wouldn't you be freaking out? You think about it, right? If someone was following me and I got into a cab, because I've done it before, remember, I'm a paranoid person, right? Then you go,
okay.
can you drive a little bit faster? Can you turn left here? No, I think these guys are following me. You say something. Your behavior is obviously agitated and paranoid, and cabbies remember that, right? So if they are like, no, there's absolutely nothing, everything was cool. There was nothing wrong with that woman when she got into the Uber. There was nothing. Um, and then that makes me think about people who have borderline personality disorder, like my sister, because my sister does this. So she will do something messed up, right? Whatever that messed up thing is. And then when she gets caught in that thing, rather than just own up to, I lied about it, or yeah, I was in the wrong, whatever, she starts making the story explosive and grandiose. And like she paints herself into this corner as this little innocent victim. And like, as far as like people were literally chasing her down with spiked bats, and like at one point they were trying to rip her uterus out of her belly button. Like, she will just make up crazy things, and everyone believes her, but this is her way of getting out of admitting her initial craziness or her
hmm.
initial lie or whatever. And that's
Hmm.
what it sounds like to me. It sounds like someone who's doubling down on their story and trying to paint it so big in such a way that people are afraid to question it. Because who sits there and questions a kidnap victim? Or you know what I mean? Like no one sits there and goes, yeah, I think you're lying. Right. So it's like you're playing on that so that way people don't look too closely at the initial thing, and you're hoping that people just go, oh, they're there, and it goes away. Yeah.
And
Okay.
is it do women believe more likely to believe big lies than little lies? It seems like the better the story, the more believable it is to women. Like most guys would have heard it. Like every guy to a man heard information tell the story before he even saw the film. Said, okay. I said it doesn't smell right. Either she knew these guys, or she's off her rocker. Because nobody tries to kidnap anybody in broad daylight and follows them to a Circle K where there's nothing but cameras.
But you know what? It's something that, especially if you have borderline personality disorder, it's something you're trained to do from very young. Because normally you have some trauma when you're very young. Let's say a parent passes away, something terrible happens, right? And that big thing is what gets you out of trouble all the time. Because all you have to do is shed a tear and go, my mom died. And then that's it. Everyone, all of a sudden, all of your crimes are erased. No one cares what you just said or did because, oh, but the poor thing, right? And so you're trained into that kind of idea, that kind of belief that the big lie gets you out of the little lies. Because no one's going to question. I mean, it's a true fact. Well, your mom died. Okay. No one's going to question that that's why you're crying right now. No one's going to sit there and be like, that's not why you're crying. You're such a liar. No one's going to do that. Right. So you're trained into believing the big whoppers, and you're also trained into not challenging the big whoppers if they are big whoppers, because you look like a piece of shit if you're wrong.
Hey, almost never nobody would question that. I would.
No, right? Because you would look so. But you think about how bad you would look if you're wrong. Right? If you attack someone and then it's like, oh no, that really did happen to them. That really is the truth. You would look like the worst person on earth. And most people would rather just be like, even if inside they know something's wrong, they would need to find some kind of incontrovertible proof. And a lot of this stuff is not provable. How are you going to prove what happened to some woman on the internet? You can't prove that one way or the other, right? So you just sit there and go, oh, that's terrible. That's so hard on you, right? Like, and then you leave it at that.
I started asking a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah, you would.
You know me. My son said the same.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My son was saying the same thing. Yeah, no, we don't want to hear all the questions you get ready to ask us, and we had to make the story match up. Saying, Go ahead, Shar.
Because I want to know, even though, I'll give her the paranoia, I want to give her something out of the story. I'm going to give her something. But what about the rescuing part? That was an additional thing that happened some days later, she, mentioned. So how can you explain that one?
Yeah, her cousin did. Her cousin was taken up for her.
Okay, she didn't actually say that. The Lion Lady didn't say that. Okay.
No, Lion Lady didn't say it. I don't think Lion Lady had enough guts
Lion Lady
to get on YouTube with that.
Okay.
But you know what though? It still makes sense though, because what happens is the whole premise of this is to have everyone be giving you sympathy and being on your team. What's a really great way of getting women on your team? You say something they already believe or they're already pushing themselves as a global narrative, and you add that to your story. Now, no one's even listening to your story anymore, because now it's not even about the story. Now it's about how Black men don't protect Black women. You got a whole train of women who are willing to talk about that narrative, and it distances you further and further and further away from that initial nucleus of everything that you said is based on your own paranoia and craziness, and none of this really happened.
Yeah, I hear that all the time, but Black women don't protect Black women. I said, well, how are we supposed to do that if you guys have free will and freedom? Like
exactly.
that woman that got into a fight with a white man at 4 o'clock in the morning because she was parked in the driveway. And what are you doing out at 4 o'clock in the morning in the first place? If you're in the car and the white man is asking you to move out of the way so he can get his truck passed, uh, you don't do it, and then when he gets upset, you get out of the car. it started costing him. I said, okay. At what point? What point do you rethink this?
You know what? And I want to say, first of all, good evening, Asada. It's nice to see you. Always a pleasure. But also to say, I remember me and Asada were having this conversation on a panel, specifically about the protection thing. And, we're talking about the idea that, hey, if you want the black man's protection, then you have to be under the black man's leadership and the black man's rules, that is to say. So, because part of his protection would be saying things like, well, I don't want you out at 4 o'clock in the morning without me. I can't protect you if I'm not there. If you're going to say, I don't care, I can do what I want, I'm an adult, and go do whatever the hell you want, and then be mad that he wasn't there to protect you. Well, he tried. He tried to tell you where he wanted you to be or where he didn't want you to go. And if you didn't want to listen, then you decided to reject his protection. You can't then later claim that you never got the protection. He tried to give it to you. You didn't want it.
Especially when you don't want him to know where you went at 4 o'clock in the morning.
That too.
If you really wanted his protection, you take him with you, especially at 4 o'clock in the morning. Ride with me. He might be grumpy. He might be fussing, and that would usually be me. I'm grumpy. I'm fussing. Why the hell am I up at 4 o'clock in the morning taking a ride with you? But I'd be in the car,
right?
Because I don't want you out by yourself at 4 o'clock in the morning. And then if you parked in front of the driveway and the white guy couldn't get out, and you be fussing, woman, move the car, let the man out.
Right.
Stop making a fuss.
I'm confused. What is that situation? Because I didn't hear that situation. So
it was in Dallas where it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and a guy who I think he was a bouncer at a bar, and he's in the parking lot and he's getting ready to go home, right? And the black chick pulls up, and she doesn't park. She parks right in the middle of the driveway, sideways, so he can't get by. So he's, I'm probably he didn't say it in a nice way. He's pissed off. He's telling us to move the effing car so we can get out, right? And so she has a few choice words at him because he had a few choice words at her. And so he goes around and he starts to take a picture of her license plate. So when he starts to take a picture of her license plate, she gets out the car and says, "You can't take a picture of my license plate." And they're pushing each other. And then she starts dialing the police, and he slaps the phone out of her hand, and then she throws a couple swings, and he gives her uppercut or two.
Sound like the bus driver.
Uppercut or two, and then she's crying. She gets in the car. She pulls up, and then as he's leaving, she runs behind the truck and takes a brick and throws it through the back window.
Oh, wow.
Say so much for a damsel in distress.
Wow.
And that she claimed that she should have had protection, or are we just?
No, the whole that was the whole black men don't protect black women because the guys that were there, they were like a half a block away, maybe a block away. They were filming it, but they weren't interfering. And they weren't interfering when she took those uppercuts.
So that was her whole issue. Okay.
There was the whole issue of the divide, the gender divide. Okay, how come those guys didn't put down their phones and run over there and intervene, keep this white man from whipping this black girl's behind?
Now, see if you would have went over there and told her about what she was acting like.
Yeah, in fact,
who are you talking to? You don't tell me what to do.
Yeah, he brandished a gun and she still fought him.
Oh,
Mm.
goodness.
because he pulled out a gun because she was pushing him. He pulled out a gun and she still took swings at him. I said,
So what does
Wow.
that tell you?
sometimes black women are not great at logic, but black women have some big brass balls. I'll tell you that, man. I hands down, I had to say black women have bigger balls than black men because ain't no black man. Once a white boy pulls out the gun, the fight's over.
Wow. Okay, that's
He pulled out
suicide.
the gun and put it to his side, and she still took a swing at him.
Mm.
I said,
That
"Wow,
was
okay, that's it, man. I don't have that much courage."
okay. I want to live.
Mhm.
It's like it's not courage. It's like the teenage bravado, right? Teenagers aren't really as courageous as they might get credit for. They just are not as good at thinking through the long-term consequences of their immediate right now actions, right? So, you pull a gun on me, they're gonna think about the offense of how dare you pull a gun out on me instead of, oh, that's right, guns can shoot people. I
Yeah,
might die, right?
yeah,
Like they won't get to the end of that thought. They're just like, how dare you pull the gun out on me?
yeah.
And then they swing. Yeah.
Even
And then once they started, they're committed, right? And we
yeah.
just hear that
Oh
from
yeah.
Ash a couple weeks ago. Once he
Oh,
started,
that
it was committed.
was hilarious. Once it said right in the middle of the punch, I thought about it, but I was already committed. If she wasn't a woman, I would have said my nigga.
Now that's honesty.
Uh, that's
Right?
honesty. Yeah, I was already halfway through it. I was already committed.
Mhm. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
too much for me. But yeah, I haven't heard that story.
Which one?
Oh, the way you were just speaking of
With
with the
Ash? Oh,
uh-uh.
with,
The
oh, with the
what you were just telling Ruby. I never
with
heard that story.
the woman in the Dallas or
With
the
the uppercut. No, I haven't heard that one.
oh, geez, it was a big thing on YouTube. We must have done like 2 or 3 stories on that thing. Uh, uh, it was funny to see the whole interaction, and I knew she was gonna get out the car. I knew she was gonna fight him.
Mm.
He even brandished the gun, and she still didn't back off. And but they expect those 2 black men to come over and intervene when the dude has a gun. Okay,
He said, "Man, we videotaped it for you.
yeah,
We're gonna, have it for the police if
yeah,
anything would have happened, and that's it. We did our duty."
yeah. And they did arrest the guy.
Hmm.
Yeah, for assault on a woman. So they did
Well,
arrest
there
him.
you go.
Yeah.
Right. And if those guys weren't videotaping, there might not have been any evidence. So while we're
Hmm.
sitting there cussing those guys for videotaping, they're the
Hmm.
reason why there's evidence, and this guy got arrested and getting a charge for hitting that black woman. So there you go.
Hmm.
Um, but we don't want to look at it that way. We want to find a way to look at it in the worst possible light. But see, I guess that's my thing, because maybe like this narrative about
Hmm.
black men not protecting black women, because I actually asked around about it because I wanted to know, like, a lot of the feminist bullshit hasn't reached like
I'm started
West
from the
Indian
beginning.
women. Yeah, so I don't know. We don't really have that narrative here so much, but I find it confusing because I've never really
See,
seen
now
the evidence of it.
he's got a gun by his side, and she's still talking. And he slapped the phone out. He got a gun. Now he's got a gun.
Oh, I did see this. I apologize. I
Uh,
did see this.
I didn't see that. Mm-mm. I missed that. Let's see.
yeah, because
Oh,
he thought she was gonna back down with that gun. Because most guys would. She got a gun. She still won't back down.
nope.
And then he slapped.
She said,
They didn't throw the whole. They didn't show the whole punch. I think this is news. But that was. I said only a black woman would do that, boy, because everybody else would not have the nerve, because that'd have been over. Most men would have jumped in the car and left.
See, BGS, I don't know. I guess in my experience, now in
Mhm.
all fairness, yes, it's
She
not
didn't even go
35
down.
years.
Look at her.
No.
3, 4, 5.
Hmm.
She's still standing.
And they kicked the car. Yeah.
Yep.
She's still standing. That's a tough mofo. She is still standing.
You got
I,
to
s-
steal jaw
Wow.
that one. Hmm.
like I said, she just said I had to bow down to her. She got bigger balls than me.
No, but
Jeez.
in real life, I really want to know, like, because to me, in my experience, right? I mean, this narrative doesn't exist here. But when I've been in the States ever in my life, and I've stayed there for months at a time, a couple of years at a time, I've never seen a situation where I've never even been in a situation where I felt even mildly uncomfortable and some guy walking by didn't ask me if I was all right.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I've never really seen this in real life. Like I understand fine we're talking about this as a narrative on YouTube. But
Hmm.
I mean, really, has anyone seen this in real life where like you are just sitting there, you're minding your own business, people are trying to harass you, bother you, whatever, and there are black men around and they don't care. They really just don't care. They're just like,
So,
not you got drunken into a fight,
yeah.
but you know you're being accosted and bothered and you're innocent just walking down the street and no one cared. Has anyone really been through this where you're like you just see groups of black men around
It,
not caring?
if it depends on how if they're just hitting on you or something like that, say like they're just uh, trying to come on to you, most guys just pass by. But if they're actually really aggressive and you look uncomfortable, a lot, most guys will they will stop and they will actually see what's going to happen. You know, they'll actually stop and kind of put eyes on and
Yeah.
yeah, they won't just keep walking. No.
Yeah, exactly. And so to me, again, now I'll tell you the narrative here totally exists. If you decide to get yourself into a fight that you
Hmm.
want to be in,
Hmm.
people might try to like come, it's okay. But if you don't give a shit, you shrug them off, all right, you're good.
Hmm.
Um, right? But see, that being said, if you try to prevent them,
Hmm.
women here would feel disrespected. Like I picked this fight, leave me alone. I'm a grown ass woman. I can decide what I want, and they wouldn't say, "Oh, no one protected me after the fact," because they wanted it. This
Yeah.
is what they wanted.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. A lot of times, the black men are hesitant to step in because say dude's getting ready to get physical with a woman or something like that, and a woman will be barking, right, and aggravating the dude, or actually egging him on, right, and so the guys will step in, and even though the dude hadn't thrown a punch yet, she would just keep talking. Blah, 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 blah. You're like, can you please shut up? Stop
mhm,
aggravating the dude.
mhm.
And then that's the thing, like I said, black women are like when saying when the Patrick Patterson said the Bulldog statement, I said I don't condone what you said, bro, but I do understand.
Yeah, like I think, you know what? I don't like seeing a man hit a woman first. Just like I don't like seeing a bigger person hit a smaller person first,
Right.
just in general.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone puts their hands on you in an
Mm-hmm.
already aggressive fight situation, to me, they are telling you, I want you to swing and I'm giving you permission to do so. That's why I touched you first. So that way you can't be charged with assault. So here, I'm giving you the permission. Let's fight. That's
Mm-hmm.
what I hear.
Mm-hmm.
Probably because that's what I did.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's how I was. My whole thing was I'm never calling the police. So if you swing on me, let's go. But I need you to swing first because I don't want to go to prison and be someone's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I need you to swing. So that's how I see it. And that's how a lot of people I know see it. And I knew
Mm-hmm.
some tough women. Like we had this one friend, he had like at least once a week. Our bus would pull up at Meadowville Town Center. It's a mall by my house.
Mm-hmm.
And Tiana would be there talking to the police, and there'd be at least one, sometimes two or three guys bleeding from somewhere inside of some corner, like cowering from her. Right? She's a
Mm-hmm.
tough bitch. Like she didn't need your protection. Trust me, they needed
Mm-hmm.
protection from her. They just didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it happened. So I was never one to decide for someone what
Mm-hmm.
they should and should not be doing. I'll make statements, but if you want to keep going, well, it is what it is. Then you chose that. That's not a place where you deserve protection because you are picking a fight with someone. You are choosing to engage in a fight. That is different than you just chilling. Even if you just get into a disagreement, but you're clearly not fighting words, and then someone swings. All right, that's not cool.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or someone's attacking you or harassing you on the street, but you're not doing anything to them. Whatever. Okay, yeah, But we're not talking about that. A lot of times we're looking at cases of people who are engaging in fights and picking fights and using fighting words and doing fighting things.
Yeah.
And then people are saying, well, I should be protected from myself. Oh, no, that you're an adult. I'm not going to infantilize you if you want to be a grown up and you're saying that women are equals and we're adults and we're grown ups, then as a grown up, you can choose to engage in a fight and you
Mm-hmm.
can choose to engage in a losing fight. That's on you. You can choose to ignore everyone around you who's saying
Yeah.
please don't. You can choose to want to get around the mediators who are trying to stop it, and you
Mm-hmm.
can choose to do something. Like, I
Yeah.
mean, it's your choice. Why
Yeah.
why do we want to take away women's choice? I thought that's exactly what we wanted in this era was the women's right to choose
Well,
everything, including a fight.
yeah, yeah. But the thing is, women want to pick from the menu. I'm going to choose independence, freedom, all of the above, and you're going to have to protect me, make sure that I get it. So if I get into trouble, you got to bail me out.
That's not the way it works. It's like children. When children are old enough or grown enough to step to their parents like adults,
Mm-hmm.
like a man, and this happens in Jamaica, right? So
Mm-hmm.
when a boy becomes a man to the point where like his daddy goes to like beat him
Mm-hmm.
and his son's gonna swing back, it's time for his son to go move out and find his own life
Yeah, yeah,
because
yeah,
he's
yeah,
not a kid anymore.
yeah. You snatch the pebble from the master's hand. Yeah, time for you to
Yeah.
leave.
You decided you wanted to be an adult,
Mm-hmm.
and so okay, you no longer want to be under your father's protection. You don't want
Mm-hmm.
to be under his rules, therefore you don't want to be under his protection and his
Mm-hmm.
care. They're all together in a little package.
Mm-hmm. They are. They are.
Mm-hmm.
The rules to keep you safe. I was saying that to my daughter and her ex. You know, yeah. The rules are you know they she would aggravate him. They would get into it, and the first time, okay, first time it happens, okay, look, it's getting a little too heated. You need to, you need to take his ghetto pass away. You can't come through here, and you need to stop messing with him. And I told her mother if she still wants to continue to engage with him, then she needs to move in with him. He needs to take care of her because she can't be under us because she's not following the rules. And like most women, they don't want to do that. They want to, I call them habitual line steppers. They want both. They want control, and they still want to allow her to do what she wants to do. And basically, it was a constant thing until we finally got it all settled. But it was a constant thing, even though
Mm-hmm.
they're not together now. But and it's I know my daughter. I know she can aggravate people, and yeah, no, she's done things to aggravate him and cause him to blow up, and then then she wants to scurry home. After if things get a little too heated, she made him blow up, and then she wants to run home and hide, underneath the covers, like she didn't do anything. But that's part of trying to keep them. What we're supposed to keep them safe. Well, I told her straight up, if you want him, if you want him and you want to aggravate him like that, then you got to put up with it. And
Exactly.
it was up to me, packed up you and the baby and all your clothes and dropped you off right in front of his house, in front of his apartment here. She belongs to you now.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But women that we know, black mothers aren't like that. They're not like daddy. And we make them choose. You've been quiet
Mm-hmm.
aside to jump in.
Y'all kind of
Greetings.
got me laughing in the background. So,
How are you?
See, when now Asada would have made that man eat that gun.
uh-uh.
She'd have made that cracker eat that gun. You ain't gonna
Oh,
pull that gun out on me. Take this.
Uh-oh.
Asada wouldn't have been there at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Now Asada got a husband to report back to.
right. He's not gonna let me leave at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-mm. Nah, not if you expect him to be back
Right.
before 5 at a decent hour. I told my ex that. She tried to say I want to stay out. So I said you got a curfew.
Yeah.
They start serving alcohol at 1. You need to be back by 2. If you ain't back by 2, if you ain't back by 2, then you might as well stay out all night. Don't even worry about a curfew. Just stay out
Yeah.
there.
House. If I'm out at late, he's got to be with me. So
hmm hmm it's a shame sometimes try to treat people like children. So okay, we have an agreement. She said, "Do you want me out to 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning without you?" No. Well, then see, I'm trying to be respectful because if those are the rules, I said, okay, I can play by the rules because I ain't coming back. I ain't coming back in 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. I'll be back at 8 for breakfast.
Mm. Finding that loophole. All right.
Yeah. I'll be back at 8 for breakfast since this is where we're working. So it's the way we're gonna work it. You watch the kids on Friday. I watch the kids on Saturday, and we'll work it that way.
Now, in all fairness, to make myself look terrible, which
Mm,
at least 45 to 50% of my stories make me look terrible, but it's fine. I love
You
telling a
used
good story.
you used to it. If you're actually human, we'd look at you a different way. But since you're not, it's just Ruby.
This is a fair point. I try to join the ranks of the humans. I try.
I know, I know, I know, I know. You're trying to be a real boy, a real girl.
Yeah, right. One day.
One day,
I
huh?
was carved out of wood. Um, but no. See now, unlike a lot of people, right? And I've had this discussion on panels, which means I've been, dragged a lot for it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm a night owl.
Mm-hmm.
The night is my life. That's when I function.
Mm-hmm.
So not just going out at night like to bars and stuff, but just even like being over at friends' houses and stuff, because I make associations with other night people who didn't wake up until 3 o'clock in the afternoon,
Mm-hmm.
and who do their best work at midnight and
Mm-hmm.
whatever. So that
Mm-hmm.
means I'm out a lot at night.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you are dating someone or married to someone who has to get up for work early in the morning, that means they're not going to be out with you if you're going to be out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more about, in that case, at least, right? Like, where I'm going. Like, I'm going to go over to Alicia's house. Like, that's where I was 90% of the times, because she was my night owl, right? And
Mm-hmm.
we'd mostly sit in my car on her driveway, because we want to wake up the kids and her fiance and just talk, shoot the
Mm-hmm.
shit, whatever, just to be inside of someone else's presence, because we're both like night people.
Mm-hmm.
And then that means I'm coming home at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning sometimes, or whatever the case is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with that being said, when we were in our younger days, me and Alicia did some stupid shit.
Uh-huh.
Of course we did, right? I mean,
Yeah.
half the time we were recording it, just, I don't know, we just go harass like store owners and make up stupid shit, and just like ridiculous things. Now, if we got ourselves into some kind of trouble, where we now had to fix that trouble, we did not expect anyone to step in and fix our trouble. And we were not mad ever that any man, woman, or child was not stepping in to fix our shit. We created it. Like, we know what we're doing. You know what I mean? We're out here, and where the families are not around, whatever. So we're storing up trouble. We're causing some foolishness. And now it's our responsibility to get ourselves out of the foolishness. And then we're going to sit there and we're going to talk and, whew, oh my God, can you believe that really happened? But we were never mad at someone else because we got into some foolishness. You know what I mean? But likewise, we're not stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're not doing is testing grown ass men at 3 o'clock in the morning, and stepping to them like we're also 6'2" and 210, all muscle. Like, that's ridiculous. Well, that's not the kind of trouble we were getting into, right? And we're both good at, okay, clearly this person is angry or has a problem. I'm going to defer to whatever you're saying so you don't kill me and I can get back to the car safely, because it's my responsibility to get home and then pretend I didn't get into trouble last night.
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So you'd have made him eat the gun, huh, Ruby?
Me? That gun never would have come out because I would have moved my damn car. That's what I'm saying,
Oh.
right? My car's in the way. Like, he would have walked away, would have been like, these stupid fucking idiots, blah, blah, blah. And we would have talked some shit in the car as I was turning it on to move it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard to just be a decent human and just not get into pointless arguments and pointless fights about nothing, where he could have not just pulled out the gun, he could have been pointing it and shooting her. She could have been dead because she didn't want to move a car.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
it could have been that easy. Like, like, really? Was it worth it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, if like he did it to scare her, but I guess that bluff wasn't powerful enough. Because
Yeah, but she don't know that.
even before that's funny. That's what boggles my mind. Dude pulls out a gun, and
Hmm.
most people, most rational people, would make a hasty retreat, not trying to call somebody, but a hasty retreat.
Right.
It's like, okay, I don't know who your man is, but we'd have to rethink our relationship.
Yeah, she didn't look like she needed any protection to me. So I
Nope.
don't.
She didn't ask for any either. She
Nope.
no, she took those, boy. She took like six of them. I said, "Gosh!" So this ain't the first time she been through this. Yeah, and she took some pretty good solid ones. They weren't no baby, baby punches either. I said,
That's
"Good
what I
grief!"
was saying. I'm like,
Yeah,
she's still
Hmm.
standing.
she
One,
still,
two, three. I'm like,
yeah, yeah.
wow.
He said the same thing. Wow.
I'm like, she's a
She
trained, she's trained for that.
yeah,
Yes.
she took them. I said, "Wow, she ate those punches."
Hmm.
Remind me of that big girl that said you ain't got no freedom, and he punched her. And she ate
Hmm.
those and said, "Stop playing."
You know I
Exactly.
love you.
Oh boy.
But you know what? We need to,
Ooh,
and that's another thing, and it drives me crazy when people do that. Like, we need to stop using videos. Like you said, she wasn't asking for no protection. She didn't need any protection. She was good. How are we going to use her as an example of nobody protects women? Was she complaining? I didn't see her complaining. I didn't see her looking for help. I didn't see her mad. She didn't have any help. She was good. She had that covered. So I think we need to stop using examples like that to try to, shore up our point. Like,
Mm,
it's bullshit. You at least use relevant examples. At least use examples where you're like, oh, clearly she needed help, but no one was there or something. But you can't find those. So you try to use
mm-hmm.
things like this, where that chick didn't want anyone's help. She didn't need it. Trust me, help might have gotten in the way. She was good. She was good.
You're right.
It's- and that's why a lot of guys nowadays don't dash in to automatically protect a woman or a black woman. They just don't automatically dash in because we kind of look and observe.
Hmm. I
Yeah, I
understand
think
that.
she chill sometimes.
Mm.
It's not safe.
Like I said,
Hmm.
Asada taking care. Asada would have, but they do the roundhouse and took that gun. No,
She
you don't,
I
Yeah.
wish
you
I
know,
could
you know.
roundhouse.
Huh? Say what?
I
Huh?
wish I could roundhouse, but I can't.
And roundhouse to the temple and take that gun. Like
Mm-mm,
Black Widow.
not
you know,
me. No.
you don't know who you messing with.
Psh,
You
my husband has guns, and I don't even like to touch those. So,
better
Mm.
learn. Because
mm.
they're gonna be in the house. Better
Yeah.
learn. They may, but that might be all between you and the kids is that gun and you. So he can't be
That's
there
true.
24/7.
I gotta pick it up one day. I don't
Mm,
know.
Not
Yeah,
just
it's
go
just
out
a
with him.
tool.
Let's tell him, hey, just walk up to your husband, say, hey, I need to learn how to use this. He'll take you to range and teach you how to use it. He's probably been bugging you to learn how to use it anyway, right?
Yeah, he wanted to go a few times, and he'll do shoot it when he goes fishing, but I won't go fishing with him. So
Or sign up for lessons. Take it a little bit at a time.
that's a good idea.
Hmm
Sounds like that sounds
In,
doable.
in a safe, controlled environment.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's why Patrick Patterson says Bulldog. And I know he's in the NBA. I know he messes with wild women. So
Now she was definitely a bulldog.
yeah,
Mm,
a Rottweiler, really. Sheesh. I
yeah,
said I ain't
yeah.
never seen that before. She, like I said, uh, she wasn't afraid of the gun. She ate six punches and came back, and
Yeah.
still, yeah. She threw something through the. I think it was a cinder block through the back of his through his back window.
Oh, I
Man,
suppose I
and that
was
was some force too. Oh,
Hmm?
I'm
I was
sorry.
offended by that term at first, but I don't know. She got that one.
Now, was that a poor choice of words by Mr. Patrick?
I'm gonna have to say no. She earned that title. She got it honest.
I knew when we do. He called us bulldogs.
Well, if it don't apply, let it fly.
Even though he
Mhm.
didn't mention, he didn't actually say black women are bulldogs. He said, "Do you expect me to marry bulldogs?"
See there?
Yeah. So
They
he,
put themselves in that place.
yeah. Even
Mm.
though we know what he meant, but
Mhm.
Some women they want to be able to do that. Stand up to a man and take punches and grab guns and
yeah, yeah.
mm.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, until halfway through that first punch. But it's already too late because they're committed. I've had girlfriends swing on me.
Oh my goodness.
They swing and I grab their wrist and squeeze.
Yeah, that would be the nice thing to do, BGS.
Hmm. Oh yeah, that's the first time. It's just a warning. So it normally
Mm.
works.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I learned that as I got older. 'Cause it, it's too much. It's too traumatic if I grab him by the throat and pin him up against the wall, which is what I used to do. I said, okay, let me find a gentler way to actually get my point across. So that's what I decided on. So they'll
Well,
swing.
you
You
know what?
grab them by the wrist. If they're swinging, they swing. They grab them by one wrist. They swing the other. You grab 'em by the other wrist, and you squeeze as hard as you can. Ow! Ow! You're hurting me. See, so I said. So are we going? So what have we learned? Oh, so you're gonna take another swing at me when I let you go? No, no. Okay. Well, hey. So what we learned about this relationship said we don't hit each other, right? That's what I told you, right? In this relationship, if you're gonna swing, if you're gonna keep trying to hit me, then we need to break up because
Okay, his sound ended on my end.
Oh yeah, okay, me too. I thought it was just me though.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can
I
you hear
think BGS
BGS
reported
stop?
out.
Oh no. BGS, we didn't get to hear the end of your story. Your internet. They came for him, guys. They came for him. What the hell?
Oh no. Let BGS go.
Right?
Let him go.
Damn. I don't even know. Like, this isn't right.
Oh yeah, I know BGS will be back momentarily.
Oh, he always finds a way.
Yeah, he'll be
You
back.
know, it's BGS. He'll figure it out. He's got this.
Right.
He's
All
Well,
like
right.
the Wizard of Oz or something.
oh,
Need
he
more
dropped off.
bars. Yeah,
He can drop
sometimes.
off.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Oh,
found out because I was afraid to do so before, but you can drop out. You literally have to end the stream in order for it to stop. So
oh,
yeah. So
Huh.
I'm not afraid anymore.
all right. We learned something new. Okay.
Yeah. Huh. I thought if
Well,
he
like,
dropped off, then that was it.
yeah, right? Like, I really thought that once you're gone, then it would end. Kind of, I guess maybe was Hangouts like that. If you dropped off, then the stream ends. Maybe that's why we think that.
Yeah, that's what it is. But I will sing in the meantime. Me, 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 me.
Yes. All right.
Hello,
Go
I'm
Pookie.
gonna
ahead,
grab my
Star.
popcorn. Got it.
He's been kidnapped, Pookie.
Right?
We need you to pay the ransom. How much you got? No? Okay.
$45 Canadians. That's like 30. I don't know, but I got it. You should have hit me
Listen,
up before Black Friday started. It would have been a better situation.
Right. And I think, oh, Virginia, that's right. You came on and popped out. So you had some issues too. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Ah, forgot about that.
What is YouTube trying to do to us today?
Hmm. Black Friday. Is it going against our black men? I mean, keep hearing these stories. What's going on here?
Mm,
What's really going on?
fair point. All right. Damn it. It's always like this around the holidays. You know how they do around the holidays. Angry. They don't want nobody productive saying anything on YouTube. They're like, nope, gone. I want to see the fights in these YouTube streets. Let's do it.
Sorry, none of that over here. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Wrong stream.
Yeah, like all that hooping and hollering. Bad for my nerves.
Right, man. I mean, I know it seems like y'all. I know I probably give the impression that like I'm all right with some of it, but it's just so much for me. Like, why
Yeah,
can't we just get along?
why even argue? Certain things are not up for discussion. I'm not going
Mhm.
to discuss it, but we might as well. Why raise your voice? Let's do something else.
Mhm. Mhm.
I like that.
And I think the thing is too, right? Is I got a real life, real family. You know what I mean? A whole husband, no children yet, but still, I have a whole bunch of friends, people, and things that I have to spend my emotional energy on. I don't have extra emotional energy to commit to YouTube to the point where now I am in full blown like war and animosity and anger and fights with people on YouTube. Like I don't have that. I don't want to walk away from YouTube. My energy's spent. I'm angry because I spent all that angry energy just now. Now I'm gonna spend that all over my real life. Like, you know, why get there? To me, listen, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on some stuff. It is what it is. I thank you for sharing your experience or your opinion because it's valuable because I'll understand a little bit more about someone else. But like, man, I can't get to that place. I just can't.
Yeah, I think it's strange, especially with people you don't know. Like
Hmm.
I said, the my opinions and stuff is it's up for discussion if you want to know why. But if you want to attack it, it's not up for discussion. I'm not gonna change it. So what the hell we need to talk about it for? Go on to the next subject.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff I'm not interested in. So that's not why I'm not even interested in discussing some things because I'm just not interested in
Hmm. I know that.
it. I give you one
Which,
letter and the letter O. You say whatever you say. I say the letter O, and I'm done.
oh, I see. The
I don't
end.
even say I see. Just O. That's all you get. One letter after the alphabet. After the alphabet, you get one letter. O. That's all I got for you.
Let you know, I literally physically heard you say words out of your mouth. Oh, that's the worst. It's like when you ask a woman what's wrong, and she goes nothing, and that tone of her voice went up 10 octaves. Nothing.
Nothing.
You know that's some shit.
You got it.
Mhm. Women are great at sending out an emotion, an impression, or whatever in 2 syllables or less. That's what it is. Oh, yeah, like nope. When Shard does that, you're like, okay, so time to move on to the next subject, I guess, y'all.
Be in your best interest. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's a subject I wanted to talk about. But I'm gonna wait another day for that. Um, there's something I saw on YouTube, not YouTube, Yahoo News, where this guy he was convicted of murder. He did his time, and he actually went to court to get his uh, the mention of his crime scrubbed from the internet, and he won. And it's under something that's called the right to be forgotten. It's an actual law. Now,
Wow.
Now this happened to be in Germany, and I was just wondering what's the possibility that happened here because we have a lot of people that do things, or and it could be small. Now this guy was, he actually murdered someone. I don't know all the details, but the fact that it was murder and he was able to get everything wiped from the internet. And I'm just wondering, how would that work for a lot of people that we know? Because we have people in our families that, might have done something, and it could be something small. They have such a hard time getting back out in the world. And I just
They're not
wanted
gonna
to,
do that.
Mhm.
They're not gonna do that here.
Mm.
Yeah, but I wanted to discuss it.
Yeah,
Um,
look at your credit report. You you
oh
can't
boy.
you can't wipe nothing away.
But you get a second chance after at least 7 years. So you can at least say
Yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah.
you know?
You
So
know
why
what?
can't, go ahead.
I think here, so it said Europeans also have the right to have any links to sensitive personal information about them removed from the internet. Now, that part I can kind of see if it's not connected to a crime. So, if someone, for
Mhm.
example, doxes you, right? If they, put your personal business out there, you didn't want it released or whatever, I can kind of see us going towards that way, um, and maybe allowing that. But then it there's always a slippery slope. And the thing is, I think that we like having the right to be able to forever slander someone based on something that someone said about them on the internet 15 years ago. So I'm not really sure if that's going to be able to work in the Western world as much.
Yeah,
It would be nice though.
yeah, a lot of people need a second chance.
Well, I mean, you think about how much, especially for us. Now, the reason why I think that they're not going to care as much about this law is because they already do so much within their power to present white criminals as being innocent victims anyway. Like when you look at all of their pictures, they don't show the mug shot or the picture of them in the last 6 months while they've been on meth, which is why they murdered 15 people just now. No, they don't show those pictures. They show the pictures of them from 7 years ago when they were all clean cut, looking like an innocent angel, and only play stuff about how nice and great and intelligent they are. So we're already almost cleaning up their crimes before they're ever convicted of them. Now, for us, this law would work really well because they go out of their way not just to criminalize our criminals and make sure that you paint them in the worst possible light, no matter what, but they also criminalize our victims. And, there's a lot of information out there, a lot of almost like slanderous information portrayed by the media just because someone's the victim of a crime, trying to almost make it like there's no such thing as an innocent Black victim. So let's put out all their business out there and this and that. So that way we don't feel sorry for the victim because the victim's Black. In that case, it's like,
Mhm.
yeah, their personal information should be able to be erased from the web. Why is it out there to begin with? The victim shouldn't have been on trial. They're the ones who got mugged, or they're the ones who someone tried to murder, or whatever. So I don't know. I think it would be a good law. I'm just not sure how we would actually go about having it happen.
Right, or could we? Just like with the I can't think of the young lady name that was killed. The police officer shot her through the window.
Oh yeah,
It,
in Dallas. Yeah,
Mm,
yeah,
right, the first thing they're gonna mention, she had a gun.
yeah,
But it had nothing to do with what happened,
yeah.
right.
She had a gun in a carry state in her house. Of course, she
But
had a
they,
gun.
yeah, and they're gonna mention
Yep.
that for what reason. So that's the
Oh,
type of stuff that's just crazy.
well, because for a cop to use deadly force, it has to be an imminent threat. He just can't shoot somebody willy nilly.
Right.
So
Oh,
that's why. That's why. So uh, if there's a gun someplace in that room, he's got to find it and say she had a gun, even though that's not an excuse,
right.
and especially in a carry state that person had a gun. Of course, the person has a gun. He's in there. The person's in their own house. and it's a what is it? It's called the castle law.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you're inside your domain, you have the right to shoot an invader if they're breaking in. You don't have to retreat.
Right.
Yeah.
Who's skulking around in your backyard, didn't knock on the door, didn't announce themselves in any way, skulking
Hmm.
around in your backyard. You have no idea who the
Hmm.
hell's skulking around in your backyard, and you have a child with you.
Yeah.
So yeah, why would you not sit there and grab your legal gun,
Yeah.
and be sitting there using that as protection,
Yeah.
totally legally?
Yes. If somebody's shining a flashlight through your window.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, while you're sitting there minding your own business playing video games. Like,
Yeah. Somebody yells, "Show me your hands."
like, come on. That was crazy.
Yeah. So that's why he's headed to trial.
Yeah, and the father, he had passed away too, just recently.
Mm.
I said, wow.
Hey, well, that was right after right after she died, like a week later, because they wanted to have her funeral.
Right, right.
Hmm.
Yeah, somebody was doing some GoFundMe, I think, and they were gonna try to profit from it. I think that's what the story was.
And never miss a genuine opportunity, huh?
Right. That's the new hustle now. So,
Mm. Yeah, it is a new hustle. GoFundMe.
hmm Oh, it's a shame what they did to them kids. Yeah, I gotta
Mm-hmm.
GoFundMe. Pull on the heart
Hmm.
strings of people.
Hmm.
Hmm
Oh yeah, trying to get donations. Yeah, I had a few people that had a hard luck story, and they would come in and talk about the hard luck story, and I said, you know what, man? I said, if I knew you personally, I said I will allow you to go ahead and campaign and see if we get you some funds, but I don't know you personally, so I can't
Right.
I can't ask other people to donate money to you to somebody I don't know because that makes me responsible. So now,
Hmm.
Mm.
That's fair.
hmm I said, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could help you out, man, but if I can't lay eyes on you and know your situation personally, um, I'm real careful about other people's money. If I lose some money, I lose some money, but I don't like to be responsible for other people losing money. That's just me.
Yeah.
Even when I was
Oh,
doing stocks and commodities, I didn't like being responsible for other people's money. I'm not gonna look
right.
somebody in the face, say, "Hey, man, I just lost $5,000 of your money."
Oh,
With me, that's not gonna go down too well.
Hmm.
You did what?
What? You had to buy me a drink at least or two. So I'm real careful about other people's money.
Yeah.
What happened to Regina? She can't get in, or she's having issues?
Yeah, she's having issues.
Okay.
It's her second time. I'm gonna see if Hurricane can come. I sent him the link. I said,
Okay.
we haven't had a guy of the week for a while. Hurricane blow on in.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Go ahead and yeah, category four. Well, I don't know. He always brings in the category four. No, he category four. He comes in on the women's. He kind of tones it
Yeah.
down a little. He tones it down a little bit.
Edward,
Hmm
I haven't been on a panel with Edward in years. I guess since the format of BGS for women changed. Oh my
Mhm.
God. Like I now made me think back to old times. Edward, and the hurricane starting. Everyone would be like,
Here,
it's
here,
Hurricane
here,
Edward in
here,
three, two,
two, one.
one.
You hear the leaves rustling and the trees bending. Yeah, so here he comes.
No, I love it. And it's funny because y'all are talking about April Mason. And
Yeah.
the reason why I'm subscribed to her, although I haven't seen that much of her videos,
Mm,
honestly, over the few years, but the
mhm.
reason why I'm subscribed to her is because one day I was saying, like, there aren't like women's channels for me to go to really, because all of the ones that I've seen are on
Mhm.
the Black Men Ain't Shit topic, and I'm not
Yeah,
about that. And he suggested April Mason to me. So
yeah. Yeah.
I'm guessing he's got some stuff to say about that. I would love to hear what he has to say about that actually, just because he's the one who suggested
He
her
suggested
to
it.
me.
He,
Yeah.
he said that when I did my video. I said, B just reminded me of it too. I said, you damn right. That's it. And
Hmm.
I don't, I don't have any ill will against her. Hey, um, I said, I think she's still a good person. But the thing is, that's just typical black woman rhetoric.
Mm.
How come y'all ain't out here protecting us? I don't feel safe. Come on, sister. You know you a tomboy. You know you're thrown down with the best of them.
Mm-mm.
I tell by that voice. I said I can always tell by the voice. So
Oh.
you're not no shrinking violet. Okay, you got that raspy voice. You ain't a shrinking violet. You've been screaming at the top of your lungs for a long time.
Mm.
See if
Yeah.
we can get her in there. See if we can get her in this time. Hey,
Yeah.
Miss Regina.
Come on, we believe in you, Regina.
You can do it. You can
Right?
do it.
Yeah, I can do it. Oh, there
There,
she goes.
there she is.
She's
Woo!
unmuted. Third
All right.
time's a
Step
charm.
one. Step one.
Woo, 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 woo.
So first of all, what did you cook? I know you cook. What'd you cook?
Hmm.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So it was traditional. The kids
Okay.
just wanted their usual,
Okay.
you know,
Oh,
She's bored. She's bored you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
but
Need more
what I did,
bars.
Yeah. How's the reception? We need more bars because you're boring a little
Bars,
bit.
bars,
do the
bars,
first
bars, 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 bars. Oh wait, did she hear us? Oh yeah, okay, so she muted, so she's gonna go look for some bars.
You got some bars, huh?
Mhm.
Was it?
I
Remember that old was it Verizon commercial where people walk around looking for reception, looking for bars? Mm.
turkey this
Mhm.
time.
So yeah, okay, we heard
Uh-oh.
turkey. We heard turkey.
Gobble gobble.
We heard
Mm.
turkey. We didn't get the rest of it.
Is there any dressing, gravy?
Right?
Dessert? Yeah.
I've never done that before. And
What's
it
that?
this soaked it
Oh, okay.
in a
Mhm.
For for
oh,
how long?
oh, I'm sorry. Hello, can you hear me? Oh,
We hear you now.
Yes.
can you
Oh damn, she
hear
just
me
caught
now?
up.
Can,
Yes.
We
can you
can
hear?
hear
Oh,
Can
you
you hear
now.
us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
We can hear you now.
can you hear me? Hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Hello.
Can you hear us? That's the
Okay.
question.
Hello.
I got a nice little signal.
She can't.
Oh,
I
She
got a
okay.
can't hear. She can't hear
nice
us.
signal
No,
going. Hello.
She can't
Hello.
hear us. She can't hear us. Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. I don't think she can hear us.
Uh-uh.
Typing furiously in the
Yep, you're
background, trying to
mysterious
let her know.
typing.
Yeah. 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 Typing furiously in the
Do this
background,
from
trying to
my
let her
see
know.
the comments. I like to see the comment.
I
Hello.
don't think she
Can
can
y'all
hear
hear
us.
me
I don't think.
now?
Can you? We can hear you. Can you hear us? No, she
No.
can't hear us.
Hello.
She can't hear
Hello.
us.
Oh
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Is it
Is
me
it
you're looking
me?
for?
I called you guys. Hey.
Can you hear us?
Yes,
Hey.
I can.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Okay. Good evening. Y'all are wonderful.
Good
Y'all
evening.
Good
y'all are
evening.
amazing. Yes. But we do have little storms coming through too. We got our little
Oh,
rain.
okay. Ain't no little
Uh,
rain in Texas now, baby.
now I can. Now I can. Oh,
We had such high
No.
hopes.
I think Verizon stole her internet. I don't know
Yeah.
what happened.
Oh,
Ah,
oh, wow. We had such
Oh
high hopes.
man, right? I'm so
Mm,
excited. I'm like, all my favorite OG ladies,
yeah.
yeah. I
Sada,
wonder what she
Jar,
cooked.
and Regina,
Yeah,
right? That's what I'm
she said
saying.
she brined the turkey. So I said, oh yeah, that's a good start when you brine the turkey.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And when you brine the turkey, that's a good start. And
Hmm.
then what you because we did it, we actually had we brined the turkey, actually had jerk seasoning.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah, so we
Yummy.
actually we brined it and then we took out of the brine and then we bagged it again and put the Watkins jerk seasoning and and sauce inside it and let it sit for a day and then we cooked it. So
Nice.
yeah.
yeah. I bet that was nice.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Sounds very good. Now, I want to know about the other stuff, like all your American food. I don't get to eat because we don't make it, like the sweet potato pie, the
Oh yeah.
collard greens,
Collard
the
greens.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, collard greens.
Ruby.
The,
Hey, y'all.
the swine, which is the ham,
Hey, Regina.
honey ham. Yeah.
Hey, Regina.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, the ham hocks. I heard about that. I still don't know what the
well,
hell
no,
it is, but I want it.
no, the ham hocks go in the beans. Ham hocks you don't really eat. You actually
Oh,
they're
Oh,
there for
yes,
taste.
you will. Oh, yes, you will. It has
I
in
never ate I never ate a ham hock. Ham hocks are always been for to season the
it.
bean.
It does season, but do you know I have to cook two extra ones so they can eat them before they actually go in the greens?
And you don't want to see. I can say
Yeah.
you don't want to see a ham hock before it's cooked. Let's put it that way.
It's
Right. They
not
look
a smoked ham.
gross.
A smoked ham hock is not that bad.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Well, it's already halfway cooked with a smoked ham hock.
Yeah, so it's not that bad. Hey y'all, I'm back
So you brined your ham, you brined your turkey.
for the first time.
Okay,
And
and then and what you season it with after you brined it?
so no, inside of the brine, I use oranges, lemon,
Okay.
rosemary, sage,
Oh,
thyme,
okay.
all of the and the peppercorns. I
Okay.
um didn't use just plain black pepper. I used the peppercorns, and that's what I
Oh,
submerged it in.
okay.
And then rinsed it off, and
Mm-hmm.
then came back with the same seasonings, the
Oh,
poultry seasoning, and I melted butter,
mm-hmm.
and put the rosemary, the sage, the
Okay.
thyme,
Okay. The
on
baste it.
and
Okay.
and went up under that skin. When I
Mm,
tell you that was a tender, flavorful turkey, oh
mm-hmm.
my gosh, it was amazing. It was,
Ain't nothing but bones left, huh?
yeah, we got a carcass. We
mm, mm,
That's a good sign when ain't nothing but a carcass. Yeah.
There's a
mm-hmm.
carcass left.
Mm.
Yeah, it was really good. And
So,
so
so,
we had the tradition.
so after that, did they slap you, Regina? Or
No,
they
I
wanted
didn't.
to though, huh?
No, no, you know what I love is that everybody's passed out in a corner somewhere.
Uh-huh.
Somebody one on this end of the couch, the other one on this end of the couch, somebody on couple of them on the floor in front of the
Uh-huh.
fireplace.
Uh-huh.
Comatose. That's
Okay. And
satisfaction.
you patted yourself on the back, huh? Job well
No,
done.
no, I joined them. No, can I have this corner? I just need this corner because I did have to go into work.
Okay.
And so there was my son was able to come and get dinner before he went to work.
Mhm.
And then so the family had dinner. Well, my triplets, my full set, we had dinner first.
Mhm.
And then everybody else came after. When I got off work, everybody else came. So we did a cream cheese red velvet pound cake
Oh,
and
yeah.
peach
Oh yeah.
cobbler.
Mm,
Oh yeah.
And yeah,
Oh
and
mm.
yeah. So so
yeah. Man, had one of those in a long time.
we try to do a little bit of something. And my
Mhm.
daughter tried a new recipe, and her brother was like, "You know not to try nothing on us, but you
Uh-oh.
know. What
What
was that?"
well, did it how did it turn out though?
It's still over here on the counter. And when
Okay. Okay.
zero,
Oh, that
zero,
well.
Oh,
I'm on clean up duty, and I
uh-huh.
don't even want to touch it. I don't.
God.
I'm gonna call it hazmat. I'm gonna call
Like
it
Mr.
hazmat.
Pryor said, I don't want to touch it. Just leave it over there.
I'm gonna call it hazmat. No, it wasn't that bad. It just, I don't know.
It wasn't up to the it wasn't up to the standard. That's all. It didn't make the standard.
Yeah, it didn't make the cut. But we had a
Okay.
great
Mm.
Thanksgiving. I hope all of y'all did. But I've been taking notes
Mhm.
while I've been banging pots up in here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. What notes have
Mm,
so
So,
what bullet points are we gonna start with now?
so first of all, I
Mm-hmm.
know we talked about this, somebody
Mm.
being kidnapped and all that kind of stuff. You know, we do have to be cautious now. As somebody even put it in the chat
Mm-hmm.
about human trafficking. You
Mm-hmm.
know, especially us women of color, we do have to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's no joke. And if they grabbed her up, if they wanted her, they
Mm-hmm.
would have got her. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
because it's to the point now, and I'm with Charlene. I'm sorry, I'm with Char now. If they would have wanted her, they
Mm-hmm.
would have got her because it's immediately when they grab you up, it's an injection in you immediately
Mm-hmm.
to paralyze you. It
Mm-hmm.
ain't oh let me go. You go. No, it's none of that
Mm-hmm.
anymore. They're gonna paralyze you immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And the van is now soundproof.
Mm-hmm.
They've shown the videos now of the van of women. They showed they seized the van and
Mm-hmm.
they showed women getting in the van, shutting the door, and they tell them scream, scream, scream. You
Mm-hmm.
hear nothing. It's
Mm-hmm.
soundproof. You don't hear anything. So we have to be realistic about that. And the Her Too movement, yeah, men can overpower our women. They
Mm-hmm.
really can, and they can take what they want.
Mm-hmm.
Um, whew. Okay, so I gotta share my moment
Mm-hmm.
because when that 5'11", 300-pound Negro came towards me with his
Oh,
hand up,
okay.
my thing was, and you talk about these bulldogs, I'm gonna say we can have bulldog moments because I'm not about to let you.
Go
I
with-
told that Negro,
mm,
let me tell you something. Papa Do's gonna be missing some plates. They're gonna be missing some glasses. They're gonna be missing some. They're gonna be missing something
mm,
because I'm not gonna fight your big ass fair. I'm not
okay.
gonna fight you fair.
Okay.
I'm gonna go for mine because you're not gonna hit me and think you can just walk away. That's what your mother did.
Okay.
I'm not gonna be that woman. I'm
Okay.
sorry. And
So,
see, and somebody, and I need to speak to this. And
so,
somebody
so,
spoke to this.
so,
Ruby said, this,
so this was this a stranger or a
no, this is
significant other?
my husband.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different.
This is
Okay,
my husband.
that's
Why
different.
is it different? Why is it different?
It, okay, if it was a
No,
5'11", if it was a 5'11", 300-pound man that was a stranger,
mm-mm.
they done the same thing.
Yes, you gonna get a fight. I got a box cutter in my cup holder. You
Mm,
not finna play. I'm not. You not gonna do. You come for this when you've come for the wrong one.
mm,
I'm not finna let you. But we not finna. You gonna know you've been in a fight. I
uh,
just put it like that. You gonna
okay.
know you've been in a fight.
See, like when
I'm sorry.
when Kevin asked all the black women in on the that were
When
in the chat uh about what would they do? Would they go white woman or would they go bulldog? They all said, "I'm gonna go bulldog."
bulldog all day.
Mm,
I had yeah, okay, so with the tomboy in me for one, oh, you
mm.
gonna get a fight. You're
Yeah,
gonna get
see, yeah,
I'm
the tomboy in you. Yep.
yeah, you're gonna get a fight.
Mm-hmm.
And the hardest part for me with
Mm-hmm.
my ex-husband was you know who I am. You know I played football in the streets. You know this about me. Why are
Mm-hmm.
you going here? Because I may not win, but
Mm-hmm.
you know you have been in a fight. So I'm going to say
Ah.
bulldog moments that because you can pull the bulldog out of me.
Mm-hmm.
You because I'm not all
No,
day.
all
That's
day.
not me. That's
Okay.
not me. That's not
Uh,
my spirit.
So,
That's
so,
not my spirit.
so him being as big as he was,
Yes.
why? What would
Okay.
transpire
Oh
to
yes.
get you to the
Oh
point
yeah.
where he
You
would
need to know. Okay.
where he would actually
What he
think
gonna
he's gonna
say?
throw
Yeah,
you around?
okay, yeah, I don't have no problem with sharing that with you. So here's the thing. So we are
And
my,
you're
my
Leo, so I understand. But go ahead.
you gotta, and he was a cancer sensitive
Oh,
ass, and and then so here's
oh,
the
that is not a
story.
good
No, you
match.
need to hear the story. You need to hear the story.
Okay,
So
I was gonna say Cancer and Leo. That is not a good match. Yeah,
yeah, didn't know that at first because we hang out cool. We hang
yeah,
out cool for a
yeah.
moment.
Oh yeah, being friends is one
For a
thing, but
moment.
being
Yeah.
yeah.
But trying to create a holy matrimony is a
No,
whole other thing.
no, no, no.
And so, anyway, my job had something that happened at home. I can't remember what had happened at home,
Mm.
but my job, if we created so many points or whatever the case may have been,
Okay,
we received uh, a food voucher to go out to dinner. And so to Papa Do's.
okay.
And so that's high end seafood, especially back then. This we
Mm-hmm.
talking about
Still,
1990
still
something.
today. Yeah,
Yeah,
still today.
yeah, we talking about 1900. So and then he was like, "You don't want to talk about it?" I said, "No, let's just enjoy this. We don't have the kids. We don't get this opportunity often. Let's just enjoy, blah, blah." And he was like, "Well, I may not want to talk about it later." I said, "You know what? I may not want to talk about it later either. Then this is something that we'll just throw up under the bus. It. Then that's what it is."
Oh,
Well,
okay.
um, we got to our table, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm going to talk about what Ruby said. We got to our table, and
Mm-hmm.
he said, "But I want to talk about it now." Now we
Okay.
done had drinks at the bar, and now we're at the table, and I
Okay.
want to talk about it now.
Okay.
And when he raised his hand up at me, tears just started flowing. And the waiter came by,
Mm-hmm.
and he looked at me, and he looked at my husband at the time. He looked at him,
Mm-hmm.
and looked back at me. He said, "Ma'am, are you okay?"
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Yeah." And he
Okay.
said, "Ma'am, yeah, she okay?" And he was like, "No, I'm not talking to you."
Ooh. Okay.
Uh-huh. He sure did. That little waiter, he said, "Ma'am, are you okay?" And I said, "Yes, I am." Okay. And he said, "Because we can make some calls." He giving me this look. And I'm like, "No," because I knew the area of town we were in and how they would have treated him
Mm-hmm.
at that time. In Duncanville, Texas, at that
Oh. Oh.
time,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
you about to
I know.
go
I
home.
know. Yeah. I know. Duncanville. Yeah. Duncanville is very legendary. Yeah.
And they are not playing with you.
Mhm.
And at
That
that
Dallas
time,
cops and you black, that's not a good match.
it's
Yeah,
not a good,
yeah.
and you are intimidating already to them,
Yeah.
especially if they show up white.
Mhm.
You are intimidating. Now the brothers may give you some slack.
Mhm.
The brother, and if it's a white and a black, you may get a little bit more. You may get a little slack,
Mhm.
but no, you don't do that. You don't do it. And so that was when you say somebody is gonna stand in,
Mhm.
when Ruby mentioned that, yeah, so that young man noticed immediately
Mhm.
that something was wrong with me.
Mhm.
I'm at the bar smiling and everything, and then I get to the table and tears are rolling. No,
Mhm.
they don't want to see
Mhm.
you in that state. If they know you are truly in a situation where you can't protect yourself or you're not
Mhm.
able to protect yourself, yes, somebody's going to step in. But if you are, and another thing,
Mhm.
and your mama, and this, and that, they know who's, they know who.
So you didn't go all, completely bulldog.
Oh, no, not the, oh, I went total the opposite. I
Mhm.
looked at him and
Mhm.
that's what I just said to him. I said, "I'm just gonna tell you this. If you hit me, Papa Do's is gonna be missing some plates, some
Mhm.
glasses, and some cups up in here because I'm not gonna fight your big ass fair. If
Mm-hmm.
you hit me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to leave. I'm about to catch a cab. What you catch a cab for? Mm, she ain't finna catch no cab. Ma'am, do you want me to call a cab for you? Sure.
Mm.
Yes, sweetie. Yeah.
So yeah, so you wasn't really, but that wasn't really a
No,
bulldog moment.
no, but I'm still, well, y'all consider that bulldog
No,
when
that's not bulldog. No, that's
when-
actually that's not that's a calm way to handle it. No, that's not a bulldog. Bulldog, you did some plates would have been thrown, and
the place
he might
would have
not have gotten a
actually
chance if she raised his hand. A couple plates would have been thrown beforehand.
No, it's a
yeah,
different code. It's a different set of standards and codes, right? So
Mm,
if your standard, if the floor of your standard is, wilding out and throwing plates and you don't care if your boobs and your ass are out, you're still gonna beat that bitch down. Well, yeah, that's the floor of your code. So therefore, if you're going bulldog, you're going to somewhere crazy. But Regina's floor of her code of conduct is
yeah,
a lot higher than that. So
yeah,
for her,
yeah. Oh,
doing
that
what
was
she
bull.
did, that's going
That was
out of
bull.
pocket.
That's
Like,
going out of pocket. Yeah, that's not bulldog. That's out of that might have been that wasn't even out of pocket. That was actually very very calm. Yeah.
well, but for her, in comparison to her regular standard of conduct, obviously for her, she's like, "Oh, I was being crazy, right?" And we're all like,
Yeah,
"That's crazy."
do you remember that? You remember the in Dallas where the black woman got hit on, socked by that white man in the truck.
yeah,
Remember that?
yeah, I sure
Hmm.
do.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
remember
that was
all of that when you were speaking to them when I was listening in.
uh,
Yes, I remember all that, and it's sad that everyone never gets an opportunity to see the full video of what actually transpired.
they showed
With
the
her,
they showed the whole
I'm
video.
saying her part, yeah, they did eventually
Hmm.
show, but then initially they
Oh
just showed him, getting with her. They
yeah.
didn't show that. They didn't show that at first,
Hmm.
and then they start showing, and just like the transgender young lady and her situation, same thing. They didn't show what was going on or what transpired
Hmm.
prior to the engagement of, because if you interact with me and you say no, you ain't finna treat me like this, you're actively, what Ruby say, you're actively engaging, you want to fight me,
Yeah. Yeah.
you're demonstrating your aggression, you're
Hmm.
demonstrating where you want to be
Hmm.
in this.
Hmm. Yeah.
You're not stepping back. You're not de-escalating, and because that's what the cops are supposed to do when they approach a
Yeah.
situation. You're supposed to de-escalate a
Hmm.
situation. And if you're not trying to attempt to do that, then everybody is in aggressive mode.
Yeah, she said that white guy wasn't gonna punk her. I don't care if you do have a 9 millimeter at your side. I don't care.
See, and sweetie, no, and sweetie, no, all day. That is
Yeah,
no longer
I,
who
I
you need to be.
yeah, I said she got big balls because he pulled out that 9 millimeter. Yeah, I don't care. I'm still
Yeah, no, no, honey. No, that's not your option, and that shouldn't be.
hey, like I said, yeah, she got more balls than me.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, it was really sad.
So I said that's full bulldog mode though.
Yeah. Okay, that's bulldog mode. But I can say that we have our moments, that all of us are not pretty much in bulldog mode all day,
Mm,
every day. I'll
mm,
just put it like that because I think what I'm hearing is that black women in bulldog mode, we just, I think it's for moments. That's what I think. You put me in a situation, yes, I'm gonna growl, I'm gonna snap, and you might get bit.
mm.
And you might get drugged a little bit.
uh,
You might get drugged a little bit. you know.
yeah, so where's the white girl's gonna faint on the couch and clutch her pearls? Huh?
You know what? And lately, some of them are getting bulldog. They gonna get in your face too. They
Hey, hey, they learning. They learning.
too.
They learning from the sisters.
Yeah, they gonna want to get in your face too. Yeah. So it just depends. I would say that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What's my other thing? Okay. Bulldog moments.
Hmm.
Mm, oh
She,
my
she took
goodness.
notes.
Yes. Oh yeah. 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 Oh my goodness.
That was
So
adorable.
so trafficking her too. Okay, so brass balls. And sometimes
Mm-hmm.
we
Now go ahead and say it. Don't, don't, actually edit that. Go ahead. I hear that. Go ahead. Let it out.
we may do it at the wrong time.
Mm-hmm.
We sometimes don't release our. It's a for me. It's about timing, and usually we are not at at the time we need to say things. I'll just
Mm-hmm.
put it like that. We
Okay.
Yeah, and when it's time for us to have brass balls, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's time for us to sit down and be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And men will tell us that sit your ass down and shut the cat. Be
Yeah.
quiet, sit your ass and we're trying to, but I need to. But we're God created us. We've been created as
Mm-hmm.
creatures of emotions. So
Mm-hmm.
having somebody to understand that and say, babe, look, this ain't the time.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't the time. And when you said the grabbing of the wrist,
Mm-hmm.
I had that to happen. But it was a brother sister situation because I was ready. You don't talk to my brother like that. I'm finna get you. And he
Mm-hmm.
was like, "Sis, He grabbed my wrist,
Mm-hmm.
and I knew what you meant when you said it's a certain grab of the wrist. It ain't that mama,
Mm-hmm.
daddy. It's
Mm-hmm.
that get your ass somewhere and sit
Just sit
down.
down. Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not.
But
You're not ready for this like you think
you're
you are.
not ready for this. It's
Mm-hmm.
not time for this.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
sit
that.
down.
And then mother
Yeah.
my children, she's chocolate just like April Mason, tomboy, dark chocolate, you know, and thought she was strong. and she's since I'm an athlete, you know, I'm quicker than most people. So she swung, I just caught her hand. And so she tried to swing again. I caught the other hand, and then I just squeezed her wrist. And until she started saying, "Yeah, ow!" I just did that to my grandson too, because he was doing something, and I didn't feel like spanking him. And he did something, and I just grabbed his wrist, and started squeezing. He's, ow, ow! Sit your ass down. He
Mm-hmm.
did. He got the message.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Sit
yeah,
down, be humble, right
yeah,
there in that
yeah.
corner.
Yeah, sit down. Yeah, sit down. I said that was just me squeezing your wrist. Imagine what would happen if I did something more. And
You know what's funny is that so my husband and people used to tell the stories about him or whatever. I saw it a couple times myself. I always thought it was funny the way he would tell the story because it sounded ridiculous, but
mm,
he actually did it. So
mm,
like people would come in. So we kind of have like here. I don't know if it's like that in America, but here you got your like kind of like neighborhood watering hole.
mm,
And this is where your friends are. It's like your friend group almost, right?
mm,
Everyone there, even if y'all are with enemies, that's still part of your friend group, right? The
mm,
enemies, the regular enemies, the regular this, the regular that.
mm.
And so people will come in and they're kind of an unknown. And they're I don't know, they're acting a little too big for their britches, as they say.
Oh yeah.
And so my husband would say, so he would give if the guy wouldn't take words, he would give the man a humbling, right? And I'm
Mhm,
like, what does that mean? And he's like, it would be like a one punch to the
mhm,
jaw, it
mhm,
drops him,
mhm.
right? And I'm like, that's a humbling. He's like, yeah, I'll help him up and everything, and
Yeah.
go buy him a beer. But I just need to let him know where he stands in this
Mm,
group of people, and where he stands. Like, you're not bad, you're not a
mhm.
badass, you're
Yeah.
not tough, you're not whatever, but we can be cool. I'm gonna show you that real quick, and
Mhm.
all
Yeah.
right, here you go. I'll help you up. Let's go get a beer.
Yeah.
And some even adults sometimes need that. You just need to check yourself. You need to know where you really actually stand right now in this hierarchy of people who are around you, and
Mhm.
just humble yourself. It's all right. Everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, that quick hit, huh?
Yeah, the one, because he's a strong man. Like he could, and he's quick. He
Mm,
doesn't move much. Doesn't seem to even care about what's happening around you much. But
mhm,
if he decides to move, you're going to
mm,
regret it.
Mm.
He's taking people and literally throwing them clear across parking lots and stuff because he's
Okay.
decided that you shouldn't be here anymore. Like he'll just snatch you and
Oh,
you're
okay.
flying suddenly.
Because he was supposed to be a baseball player, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah,
an
yeah.
athlete. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's incredibly like deceptively strong.
Yeah.
So if he decides he wants you on the ground,
Mm-hmm.
he's not gonna take it's just one swing
Mm-hmm.
and you'll be on the ground. If he wants you across the parking lot or he wants you out of the bar because you refuse to leave, he won't move and get to where the gate is. He will throw you over the fence and you will go clear across the parking lot and land somewhere. And that's your cue. You want to come back, it's going to be a problem, or you could just get to your car and
Yeah.
go because he'll ask you, "Where's your car?" And you point to it, and that's where he's flinging you in that direction. Now keep going, right? But the point is though, right, is that we just like kids, sometimes we get too big for our britches. We forget our little role in life and in the ecosystem. And I don't know. I think sometimes people need to be reminded, and children who don't listen must feel. And I think the adults are the same way. Adults who don't listen must feel. So, shit, sometimes it happens. Like, I don't know. I know it makes me a terrible person, quote unquote, and whatever. But I think it comes down to when it's unprovoked. You're just angry. Like you just decided to take issue with not like because something really happened, but you decided to take issue. How dare you step on my shoes, like little girl?
Okay.
That's how I feel. Like a little girl. I don't care what grown ass man stepped on your shoes. You can't step to him with your chest held high and you feel like somehow you're peacocking. Like that's not working.
Yeah. Hopefully he's in his right mind.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he's in his right mind and you decide to touch him and he floors you with the punch, I think that's appropriate because someone needs to remind you that a lot worse can happen and he didn't even break a sweat and you hit the ground. Let's not do this anymore.
No.
If he cares about Black women, he'll hit you once after you've hit him and floor you and put you in your place. So that way, the next time when you roll up on someone who doesn't care about Black women, they don't end up shooting you or killing you because you stepped to the wrong one. We have to teach people lessons when we care about them. So that way, when they're out there in the world with the people who don't care about them, really terrible things don't happen to them.
I don't know. That woman in Dallas, she took 6 of them. I said, "Wow." I said,
well, yeah, no, she's a different story though. She's I'm not sure she's human either. It's in a different way.
Yeah.
So,
Wow. It's okay.
She's special for real.
She felt disrespected.
Yes. Yeah, she sure did. he said, "Let me get out of here." She ate 6 of them.
Damn.
He got scared. Let me get my truck and go.
Okay.
Like Ella Reese, knock him into the trash can. They had to shoot off her pinky toe.
What's the follow-up on that story if you know?
He got arrested and I don't know did he go to trial or not, but he got arrested. I don't know if he ever made it to trial. We had to do a little time. An assault.
You have to actually do some time? What?
Yeah, he had to do a little bit. They didn't immediately release him. He had to do a few days. Assault.
Oh, a few days. Okay, that sounds about right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if he ever went to trial or not. Did we get to all your bullet points, Regina?
Well, that's what I was going to say. While we're waiting,
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're here. Okay, good. Go ahead.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Did we get all your bullet points? The brass balls.
Because yeah.
What do you think about deserved protection? Was that down there? Did you take notes on that?
Yeah, that was an internal. Because I spoke to it briefly. If you're in a position where you really need help, you express that. It was mentioned. Oh my gosh, somebody help me. Let me know. And when we're in a predicament where we've created the drama, I have no reservations about you being protected. Like because I would not have ever hit that 5'11", 300-pound man. I would not have ever.
Okay.
I'm not going to provoke you to hit me and
Mhm.
then say, y'all didn't protect me. No. If I would have came at him with all fists blaring and the cups and the glasses and the
Mhm.
plates and all that, if I would have came at him first
Mhm.
in that manner, then no, I'm not expecting help. But if I'm protecting myself, if he would have when he actually raised his hand up
Mhm.
and came down, if he would have come down, that would have been all over for me. And that
Okay.
I would have lost it. And yes, I would have been looking for somebody. And I don't even, it doesn't even have to, oh, that was my other note.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't even have to, it's not even about black men.
Mhm.
Somebody help. It doesn't even have to be somebody hit him on his back with a chair. I don't care what y'all do.
Good old
Mhm.
fashioned bar fight, huh? Hit him in the back with a chair.
It's all like y'all see. But the other the one thing when you talk about men showing black love,
Mhm.
to me, it's not about black love. It's about love of an individual. Period. Regardless of that was the very first. Oh, that's the very first line I got.
Mhm.
It's not about black love. It's
Mhm.
about I see somebody hurting. Okay, grand dog, hush. Okay,
Grand dog. Okay.
so, so it's not about somebody seeing me in distress and I need my black men to step up. I would want any civil human being that see me in distress
Mhm.
that would know like she may need some help, y'all. And even if it's Becky swinging in windmill mode, I don't care what's going. Somebody, can
Mhm.
you help me? I don't.
Mhm.
It's not about. I don't even care about black love at that point. I, I love it. It would be nice to have to say that all black men you're going to step in. No, that's not everybody's role. It's not. Um, some are sent to protect. That's
Uh-huh.
right. Some are sent to protect. Some are sent to observe
Mhm.
and step back and maybe analyze the situation. Okay, what was your role in this? Okay, what was you? And if I am truly in distress, trust me, you're gonna know about it. One of my statements I used to make: if I'm mad, everybody need to be mad because it's not. I truly try to carry
Uh-huh.
a genuine spirit, a happy spirit,
Uh-huh.
and if it's something going on around here and
Mhm.
I'm involved in it,
Mhm.
mm, mm, it's not a good look. It's, it's not. Yeah. So yeah, I don't believe in the captain saying we're gonna save it everybody black men need to be saving us. No, if you created it, no, sweetie. Yeah, you gonna save yourself and whoever else is involved. Um,
Yeah, don't put yourself in a position in the
in
first
a
place.
Yep.
position in the first place. I
Yep.
would not, I would not have hit that man in that Papa Dope, how no matter how how high his hand went.
Mhm.
I would not have ever striked him, never, because I know I would not be able to recover from any man's blow, even if he was 4'2". The strength of a man is way more. It has carries more weight than any woman can ever carry.
So how long after that, after he raised his hand, were you married?
That happened August. I moved out October
Okay.
14th.
Okay. I didn't think it would take that long. Yeah, I was gonna say. I said,
I
okay,
moved out. I
you were
moved
done.
out. That happened August, and I moved out October.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. No, you don't. I, I've never given you. I will never give you a reason to rate, and that's what I see lately.
Mhm.
That the women, they will. That you want to be the bulldog. They're trying to be. They want
Mhm.
to. They want to give
Mhm.
them, and I'm not there. Oh no, you won't get that. here.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a difference. That's a difference.
You
That-
won't get that.
'Cause even my daughter has had her moments.
Yeah. And I'm
Uh,
like, where'd
uh,
you get this energy from? Because you don't see that in
she,
me.
you
It's
know,
the being down.
yeah, well, she saw it from her grandmother, and then she saw it from her mother,
Okay.
and
Okay.
then she saw, so that's where she picked it up, and because uh, she's never, my kids have never seen me and their mother get into it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I
Mm-hmm.
established that. Because
Mm-hmm.
you know, because she's kind of, she's the tomboy type. She's kind of, I want, I every now and then I want to lay hands if I'm upset. And I said, there's two things. I said, one, uh, if you put yourself in a position, you may get hurt. And the second thing is, I don't need a woman that I have to fight. I don't like going to jail for domestic violence. I believe that you should use your words, and whatever words you're gonna use. If you
It
I
is,
said,
but
if you do cartwheels and you cuss and you jump up and down and do backflips and your neck swings around like the Exorcist, as long as you don't touch me, we're okay. I said, would you
yeah,
put your hands
exactly. You
on
do
me?
all you
That's it.
use.
That's it. That's why I drew the line. You put your hands on me. That's it. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And that's my thing. You raise your hand
Mm-hmm.
and the tears may fall. And I think that was more of a dramatic
Mm-hmm.
thing because with the waiter, engaging in that, like,
Mm-hmm.
ma'am, are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that probably escalated the
Mm-hmm.
situation even more. But yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna stand down.
Yeah.
I will not. I'm not gonna provoke you, especially put you in a position where you feel like you have to become physical with me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I and I don't ever want to be in a situation where I have to say I was physical with my mate. And then and I've even taken as far as my children,
Mm-hmm.
whooping you on your butt is one thing. But even if I have to come fist to cuff with you as a female, you standing in my household, I can't even do that.
Yeah.
I cannot. I walk
Yeah.
away.
Wait, you're not you're one of the few because most black women have said, if he wasn't
No,
bigger than me, we'd be fighting.
no, no,
You can see in their
no.
eyes. You can see in their eyes. I want to hit him
I
so
see it,
bad.
and I've seen it.
uh,
And I've seen that 5'9", 180 stand in front of me.
mm-hmm.
And no, I will not. Mm-mm. I'm not gonna let because if the moment that I strike you,
Mm-hmm.
that whole mother-daughter dynamic has changed.
Mm-hmm.
It that whole everything about what our relationship should be has
Mm-hmm.
changed.
Yeah, I said that's when, like I said, you snatched the pebble from my hand. It's time for you to leave. I've never had to strike my children in anger.
Yeah.
I spanked them, when necessary. But as far as they got older, and they're in their 30s now, I've never had to,
Yeah.
raise my hand in anger. They've never attempted to raise their hand. I've said some things they haven't liked, but they've never, they took it and they keep going.
Well, and
Mm-hmm.
BTS, can I just, this is like a slight tangent, but
Go ahead.
this was kind of my point because I was in this debate and
Mhm,
people were really mad about it. But I'm
mhm,
like, to me, spanking your children, whereas
mhm.
in not because you're emotional and you want to take it out on them or you're mad at them
Right.
in the moment, so you're gonna beat the shit out of them so that way they learn this is how
Mhm,
you deal with your own personal anger. There's a
mhm.
difference between that and corporal punishment,
Yeah.
where you calm the hell down first
Mhm,
and then you do go in there in
mhm.
love to physically discipline them. There's a
Yeah.
difference. And you just said with your children, it's the same thing with
Mm,
me. They didn't learn, oh, well, now you beat the hell out of everyone when you're mad.
mm-mm.
No, that's not the thing that kids learn from corporal punishment if it's done right. I understand the slippery slope where
Mhm.
if you're saying, oh, corporal punishment is okay, then it's, people are using that as an excuse to come at their kids physically in anger, and that's wrong. I think we just need to separate that.
Yeah.
um
Yeah. Because
you know
that's how I was spanked when I was a kid.
right.
And most of it was either my mother or father's frustration. Had nothing to do with us. We just, at the time, you think you've done something wrong, right? But as you get
Mhm.
older, you figure, oh, I said, though we were just being kids and doing kid stuff, and they could have just came in and said, be quiet or sit down or go get a book or something like that, and we would have done it. But the thing is, they were frustrated. They had 5 kids, and they're working all these hours, and they're on a grind and they're not happy, and they snap, and okay, guess what happened? Everybody gets a spanking because I'm frustrated or
Mm.
something. The one little thing, I'm frustrated. And I said, when I grew up, I said I wasn't going to do that to my kids. And so I'm going to spank them to get compliance. And once that's
Mhm.
done, I think my grandson, the middle one, right?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
I was babysitting him. He's real attached to his father, right? So so he's over, and because he can't get his way, he poops. Okay. I said, I
Mm.
know you upset. You poops, okay, because you trying to let everybody know that you're upset. I said, okay, fine. I said,
Mhm.
so I said, okay. I said, I put him in the bath. I cleaned him up and everything else. Gave him a bath, changed his clothes. I said, all right. I said, I know what you did, and you did it because you're pissed off. And I said, okay. I said, I'm gonna let you buy with this one because I know what you did. I said, you do it again, you're gonna get spanking. So,
Mm.
so he was, and because he's like 4 years old, so he sat on the couch, had to go to the bathroom. He just peed on the couch, right?
Mhm.
Because he's pissed off.
Mhm.
So we change him again, and at that time his father came to get him, right? He's getting ready to go. I said, oh, wait a minute, got one thing. I said, hold on a second. I went and got my belt. And I said, remember I said if you did it again, you can get a whipping. Guess what you're gonna get right in front of your father? You got that whipping.
Mm.
Never had to whip him again. In fact, the mere mention of new grandpa scares the crap out of him because
Yep.
he had to do because it was like maybe a month ago, right? He was just starting kindergarten, and I think it was his great grandmother was trying to sit down and have him do his homework, write his name right. He wouldn't do it, so she called me and said he won't do his homework. I said put him on the phone. So he picked up the
Mhm.
phone. He started complaining about my daddy's not here, and I don't want to do this. I said, "Do you want new grandpa to come over here, go over there, and make you do your homework?" He kept talking. I said, "Listen to me. If you don't do your homework, I'm coming over there. I'm going to make you do it. I'm coming with my switch. You understand me?"
Mhm.
And I put the phone down, and she said, "I said, what's he doing? He's doing his homework now. That's all that's necessary.
Mhm.
That's over the phone."
Mhm.
But the thing is, if as long as I get compliance, I don't care. As long as you do what you're
Yeah,
supposed to
you
do,
do what you supposed to do.
I ain't
That's
got to hit you.
all.
I'm not gonna hit
That's
you out of,
Right.
all.
I'm not gonna hit you out of being upset.
Mhm.
And basically, I rather the threat more than the action.
Right.
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
and I think a
But
lot
that's
of
the
people,
whole thing. If
yeah.
you make a threat, and this is something I
Mhm.
worked with a couple of women on, and it was difficult for them to learn, but I'm like, you cannot make idle threats.
No, you
You
can't.
can't. Um, and unfortunately, well, fortunately and unfortunately, it ended up working out okay. But at the time, I was really traumatized. Like, oh my god, I should have helped a little bit more clearly. But because she would make idle threats all the time. If you don't wash your hair properly, I'm gonna cut it all off. If you don't do this, I'm going to do this. She would do it all the time
Oh
about
yeah.
everything. And I'm
Mhm.
like, well, that's why she's not paying attention to you. Yeah, you're a scary ass person, but you make idle threats all the
Mhm.
time. And then the things that you actually do to punish her have nothing to do with the threat. So
Right.
she mostly dismisses you. So she decided, okay, so turning around a new leaf. Now she made the hair threat again.
Mhm.
And she was like, God, I said it. I really don't want to follow through on it, whatever. But of course, her daughter didn't wash her hair properly again, and she almost shaved it. It was like maybe her hair used to be, it was like middle of her back, almost to her bum long.
Mhm. Mhm.
And she cut that off. Her hair was like an inch long or so.
Okay.
But she
Wow.
left her with a tiny bit of hair. But yeah, it was about an inch long. And this kid was 12, 13. Like she was not old. So this is a very awkward phase where
Mhm.
it's embarrassing as hell.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That
You know,
punishment went on for months. Why is he
oh,
doing that?
years
Yeah.
really, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, but the interesting, so I mean, when she did it, she felt horrible doing it, but she had no
Mhm.
choice because she had to follow through. And
Mhm.
this is the one she followed through on, and then told me about it afterwards. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm coming. But she decided that's why she left her with a little bit of hair and said, okay, listen, it's kind of like we're gonna do this like you know black girls do this all the time, like they shave off all their hair and the processing and whatever. And she's
Mm,
a gorgeous, gorgeous little girl
mhm,
anyway. She was beautiful. So her
mhm.
face could stand it, but she's 12, 13.
Yeah,
And
well, you knew what the punishment was. You decided that you were going to do it anyway.
yeah, but
And
see, the problem was that she hadn't learned that the rules changed. And this was her
well,
learning
it's a
that the
learning.
rules changed,
It's a
right?
little
So
change. So the next time, okay, I don't want to go through months of punishment, which is cutting off the hair. It is because it lasts for such a long time.
Mhm.
So I'm not gonna. So
But
next
on
time,
top
I'm not
of
gonna try
that,
it. Uh-huh.
the interesting thing was on top, because there's a lot of things behind this hair. So she was like the little light skinned biracial girl
Mhm.
who and she's not really that light, she's darker than I am, but who's the pretty one, who all the
Mhm.
girls are hating on her because she's pretty, but she was also starting to get the attitude
Mhm.
behind that, like, yeah, I am better than everyone because I'm so light skinned and pretty with my 3A hair kind of stuff.
Mhm.
So in a way, it basically brought her back down to earth
Mhm.
too. So it was kind of a good thing. She stopped hiding behind that beauty and that little beauty queen
Mhm.
attitude, and kind of chasing that
Yeah,
life,
she got
because it got taken away from her in a way, right?
she was humiliated. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and
She
it
was
brought it back.
humiliated. She was put in her place. And, the kids at school now, they put her back down to zero. She was
Mhm.
no longer little queen bee, but that ended up overall being a good thing. And she learned a valuable lesson. Now,
Mhm.
when mom makes threats, she
Mhm.
means them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe listen.
You don't want to get her to get to 12 to learn that you mean what you say. You would
Right.
rather have her learn at 2 or 3 years old, and so that you don't
Right.
have to do it 12. But yeah, it is what it is. She waited too late.
Mhm.
But that's usually moms
Exactly.
do that. Yeah, moms do that.
Yeah. Well,
Mom,
she was like 14 when she got pregnant, 15 when she had her. So, I
yeah.
mean, she was very, very young, and she's white. Both of her parents are alcoholics. She was in
Okay.
and out of like the foster care system and stuff
Oh,
like that. So she
okay.
didn't really have a large support
Okay.
system. And then the father of her child, like they were together, but then he decided 16, 17, like, this isn't so much fun anymore. I don't think I want to play house. And so he was gone, and went and started a new life, and like, had a new baby with a new woman, and
Yeah.
kind of just wasn't around. So she was
Yeah.
just kind of alone, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Um, so she did the best she could, which wasn't super great. But when her kid got around 8ish, she was like, nah, I really got to change things. And this is why I say to people, like, there does get to a time where it's too late. You want to start as early as possible, but that doesn't mean that you realize, oh man, my kid's 14 and I really screwed up. Oh well, I'll just keep going down the same path. Like, nah, change whenever you recognize you're wrong, but just
Mhm.
recognize that the earlier you change or
Yeah.
establish these things, the
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the best way to do it. You don't want to start at 12, but the thing is, at some point, you don't want the girl to get 16, 17 years old when it's too late. So, and I think that was the right
Hmm.
response. It's harsh, but the thing is, you will learn your lesson.
Hmm.
You'll learn your lesson if they could,
Yeah.
because it's gonna take 3 or 4 months for the hair to grow back.
Right, because this was right around the time too where the father did it to the little boy and like shaved his hair in a way
Oh
that made
yeah,
him look like an old man.
yeah,
Uh, right. So it was right around that time. It was within like 6 months of that, right?
yeah, yeah.
So when she said she did it, that was the first thing I imagined was the old man haircut, right? And like my
Mhm.
heart just sunk into my stomach. So I
Well,
was like, oh God,
I'd have said
she's
that.
13-year-old girl. You
Oh,
can't
yeah, you're a
do
girl.
that.
You're a girl. Yeah, but I said that's brilliant because you want it to sting because you want
Yeah,
to make an impact. That's the whole thing.
yeah.
If they're going to be defiant, I don't know, but not washing her hair properly is okay. That's not a. I don't think I'd have done that for just for something is to me it's trivial. It's not her trivial. Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
That's a little too trivial for me. But yeah,
No,
but
you
I'm a
know
man.
why? Because it's for women, and see, this is the thing. So it's really important to note that if we want women to care about and respect themselves, and therefore care about and respect everyone else,
Hmm.
that does start with self-care. So
Yeah.
washing yourself properly,
Okay.
caring to wash yourself properly and to groom yourself properly
Okay.
as you're coming into of age, that's an important thing,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
I
you think about
understand.
that. You don't want to watch yourself properly at 12. That's not a good look, and that makes her look bad. And that was always her thing too. She's a very young mom. She's a white mom raising a biracial child.
Okay, yeah,
Um,
with the stigma already right
Mm,
there.
yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
So, so she wasn't playing with that one.
Okay,
It
Look
sounds
at
like a
you.
Lifetime TV show.
that's
Look
it.
at
Oh yeah.
you.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. Most of the people I know, including myself, are just Lifetime TV shows.
you
Like,
ain't lying. All right, what are we at? Are we at level 3 or level 4? We're all the way up,
No,
all
no,
the way up to
I'm
five.
just I'm trying to act right, but I will say this.
okay,
One of
Edward.
the to add to this discussion, like one of the things that I've observed, and being my age of 33 years old is when you
Mm-hmm.
see women fight other women, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times that tells a tale because
Mhm.
how violent that stuff has gotten nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
It's like MMA fight. I remember going all the way back to even high school, man. Like they would let them fight because it was women. Even like the security dude, he
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't necessarily be quick to break that up until they tired himself
Yep.
out. So fights would last
Yep.
like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, with guys it's different
Wow.
because in 4 or 5 minutes, a guy depending on their size can kill each other. So yeah,
Yeah, but
which
but there's no it. What I The interesting thing is gotten worse
mm-hmm.
is it's amazing how lack of a governor. You know how cars will have governors that make
Yeah,
them to not. Yeah. There's a lack of like holdback.
yeah.
Like they go. Even if it's like a bigger woman, like women, not necessarily like they're big because they're fat or anything, but they look like they could have some kick behind their punches, kind of like the video you all showed,
Listen.
fighting a little female. They
Mm-hmm.
don't care. They go 100%.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's because what they see that women being violent on TV, and from like Disney characters and stuff like that, where they have the kick-ass princess and
No, it's not even a Disney. Come
what
on,
is it? No,
BGS.
no,
Go
no, what,
ahead.
No, yeah,
Talk
what,
about some reality women. Go ahead.
oh, that's true.
Talk
But I'm
about
saying,
the reality women
I would say,
that go after each other.
but I'm saying it starts small with little girls seeing the
No,
Disney.
you
Hold
can't
on, hold
believe.
on, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
I
Okay.
agree with her by the way, but go ahead.
No, hold on a second. No, it starts young because you see the little Disney princes beating up guys and karate chopping them and throwing them across the way and bruising them and stuff like that, and that breeds aggression.
Mulan wasn't
What
finished
shows you
back
talking about? Like
then.
Mulan or something?
No, no,
Mulan
no.
was
If you look
in Walter's
turn
backyard.
turn
Come
turn on
on.
the Disney Channel and watch
Talk
the
about
cartoon.
Frozen?
No, no, just
No,
no, no. Turn on the Disney Channel and watch the Disney princesses and stuff like that fighting and doing battle with knights and stuff like that. I mean, I'm for real. As they
Wonder
grow up and
Woman.
progress, in Wonder Woman, Charlie's Angels, you know, you see
I
nothing
mean,
but
I get that,
very
but I
aggressive
think
women.
I agree with her where like what
Hmm.
really like crystallizes it is
Hmm.
that Real Housewives stuff. I mean, it's other factors too, but the Real Housewives thing I
Hmm.
think is really was accelerated it because you
Hmm.
got to remember there's no outrage when women fight other women, even if a woman kills another woman.
Hmm.
Even if a woman gets because there was an article a long time ago in Wilmington, Delaware about a young black girl. Unfortunately, she got killed because she got jumped by other women,
Hmm.
black
Hmm.
women.
Hmm.
And I mean, it was kind of a thing, but it's not the same outrage if a dude smacks a chick, even if
Hmm.
the chick was wrong.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that outrage. It's kind of like with women and molestation, like students. They don't.
Hmm.
It's just a tick under the tick mark. So it
Yeah.
reinforces because you gotta remember, women. In my opinion, this is my opinion, y'all.
Hmm.
Women depend on taboo boundaries to kind of inform them as to what is correct and what is not correct. So
Hmm.
if certain things are taboo, that lets them know in the collective society, this is something that can go, it cannot go. And quite
Hmm.
frankly, in America, men are not to hit women, but women can pretty much do what they want to do, and it's
Yeah.
not a big deal
Yep.
in that sense.
Yep. And it's still not right. That's why I said I would never put myself in that position.
Hmm.
Never. Because I'm in the wrong from the beginning. If I even lash out at you, no matter how mad at you, you cheated on me, you disrespected me, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
When I reach out to you,
Hmm.
I'm in the wrong.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, but
All
But
day.
I was
All
seeing
day.
it even
I
before.
don't care if that woman is sitting on your
Uh,
bed,
uh-huh.
butt naked. I'm in the wrong when I reach
Miss
and lash out to you.
Miss Regina, I got one for you. This
Yes.
is my favorite one. And
Oh
I saw my
goodness.
mom do this once with my stepdad, and he basically took it out on the wall by putting some holes in it. When
Mm,
he
Wow.
wanted to leave, he
mhm.
wanted to leave,
Oh
and they
yeah.
were getting
Okay.
heated argument. And
Mhm.
then she played the block the door,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
and
Oh
then basically
no.
he
Oh,
backed up and he put three in, like he got away from her and basically let all that energy out against the
in the
wall.
wall, yes.
She
Yep.
moved.
And then she said, and then you know what she said?
What?
She said, "You still got some more energy for me." And then I
No.
basically, and then I got up and I basically said, "Okay, it's time for you." And I basically kind of grabbed her a little bit and kind of
Oh,
not pushed her, but she went out the door. Well, not on
yeah.
the ground, but I said, "Yeah, it's time for you to make a way because this is
Yeah.
stupid." 'Cause-
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
yeah.
and
She
You've
knew
what's
gone
interesting.
beyond.
she afraid
You,
she's afraid he's not gonna come back, so she's not gonna let him leave.
yep, and you've gone beyond the point
Yeah,
of
yeah,
me our relationship now. You've even she's even gone beyond that. And it's so unfortunate
mm,
that
yeah,
you had
yeah.
to experience that.
She's that happens. Well, that happened with the insecure when she didn't want to get out of the way, right? With Lawrence because she knew that she did something so wrong she crossed the boundary. If she let him out the door, he's not coming back.
And I want to ask, like, in y'all's opinion, I
Mm,
get what you just said with the not coming back, so that may be
mm,
the answer. But I
mm,
always think, like, what are you thinking when you? But what is the instinct?
mm.
Especially when you know a dude is like hype mad and he's literally trying to
Yeah,
leave the situation. We're
no,
not
but
even talking about like the broke up stuff.
I read see, in that case, and I've been. That's how come normally when I get ready to split, when I get ready to split, I make sure that she's gone all day so I can do what I need to do.
Gone.
Because I don't want to
Yeah.
do that because I know what's getting ready to happen. Because it's I'd rather take my ass whipping than you leave me, and that's what it
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
And the clean exit. It's got to be clean.
Hmm.
You try to make it as clean as possible.
Hmm.
I'm all a proponent of de-escalating. So I don't want you to be there. I don't want to be there. I
Hmm.
don't want nobody else to be there.
Hmm.
That one Tyler Perry movie, he was telling his friends, "Y'all come on over and help me pack up my stuff and go."
Hmm.
No, I don't want nobody else to be there. No, just go. Just be done.
The thing is, you need people to pack up stuff while she ain't there because you don't want to have to
Yes,
come back for
no, but no,
nothing.
If I could add
no.
something too,
Go ahead.
because the thing is that women who do that don't just do it to women; they do it to anyone. It's just more common, obviously, that they'll be doing it with a spouse or significant other. But like my mom, for example, used to do that to me, right? And so she would, and what I noticed is she'll push and push and push. So I'm in a blind rage, like I'm gonna kill her. So I need to go. I need to
Mm,
go be somewhere else so I don't kill my own mother because I
mm,
love my mother underneath the fact that I want to kill her. And then what would she do? She would stand in front of the door and not let
mm,
me go. And I
yeah.
can't touch her because I know if I touch her, I'm going to hurt her because I'm mad. I'm very, very mad. And she
Mhm,
deserves for me to be angry right now. I need to
mhm,
get out. But
mhm.
she would block me.
Yeah.
And so at the time, I remember I was like 12, 13. And so, my mom would sit there and testify about all the terrible things I said to her. Because I would say horrible things to
Mm,
shock her into the point of her moving away from the door so I could get out so I don't kill her.
mm,
Um, and so finally I had this conversation with my pastor and I explained that. And, my pastor said, she's trying to avoid saying the things that she ends up saying. She's trying to avoid and doing something, breaking things. She's trying to do the healthy thing to walk away and calm down before the conversation continues.
mhm,
Why won't you allow her to do that? And so what we figured out really for my mom, what she was doing to me was her catharsis. It was making her feel better. And because it was making her feel better, she felt like it was productive. So she couldn't
That's
see in those
interesting.
moments it was as counterproductive as it was. So for her, I'm walking away from figuring out the problem, quote unquote. I'm walking away because I don't care enough to resolve the issue. She didn't see it as she's making it more and more counterproductive. We're resolving nothing and shit's about to go horrible. because
Mhm.
I'm that angry and you're not getting how angry I am and leaving me the fuck alone.
Mhm.
So, from there, my pastor basically told her, like, listen, when she says she needs to go, just let her go. And from there, I would leave, calm down, whatever, come back. And what she would do at that point is
Mhm.
we would start a normal conversation, but
Mhm.
she didn't feel good in the normal conversation.
Mm.
So it would go back to escalate, and she would
No.
keep trying to escalate to
Mm.
try to get me to that place where I was losing my mind. And so what I figured out is when I'm losing my mind, I'm
Mhm.
out of my mind with rage and I'm acting poorly,
She's feeling you.
she's not wrong anymore. She's not wrong anymore
No, she's
because
feeling.
I've now acted. Hmm?
Yes, she's feeling you. She needs that passion from you. She needs
Well, she
that.
needs the passion, but
Yeah.
she needs me to be wrong. So she
Yeah.
needs me to act out. She needs me to say or do something else. So when she tells the story later or she thinks about it,
Mhm.
she's the victim instead of the aggressor. And that's what I figured out. She will not be satisfied. If I could stay calm, she would
Mhm.
not be satisfied. She
Mhm.
needs me to lose my mind so she can
Mhm.
go,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
I was the
Yeah.
greatest mother ever. And this was so
Yeah.
bad of
Yeah.
her to say.
Yeah. No, she needs that. Some women do need that. They're not happy. They don't they're not happy unless they feel that kind of emotion, that very strong emotion from you.
Hmm.
Yeah, I would have never considered that. I mean, another thing too, because when you dig into numbers, I mean, obviously men have much more of a devastating impact, and the laws are designed to police men.
Hmm.
Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg, United States, said that at the end of the day, they're not designed to police women. They're
No.
designed to police men because men have a bigger kinetic impact. Women are more manageable, and they're never going to turn over to society.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so, but so they get more freedom with that. But when you dig into numbers, I mean, domestic violence, what activates it is usually more women, and obviously dudes can kinetically finish it, and that's why they focus on it. But as far as the amount of times it happens and how it starts,
Hmm.
it's usually women. It's starting it,
Yeah.
and it's just always interesting to me. Now, I will say this too. Another thing that I want to ask you all, because I've heard, especially Ruby, because I've heard you talk about love languages. And look, I haven't read the books. I'm not trying to talk about that. But do you think that violence or a lot of emotional hyper issues is a love language for a lot of broken people, and that's what plays into that sometimes with certain people? I'm not talking about like your situation you just talked about, but I'm talking about more spousal situations, like boyfriend, girlfriend, stuff
Hmm.
like that.
No, I don't think it's a love language. What I think it is, it's a learned, conditioned environment, right? So if you're born and raised in an environment where the people who are supposed to love each other are being angry and violent and throwing plates and blah, 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 and it's terrible, and then they're loving on each other the next day, you learn that that's what love looks like. So when you go into something where someone just wants to be calm, they're not yelling and screaming at you, they're not threatening to hit you, they're not breaking your shit, it's almost like they don't care, because if they cared, they would be out of their mind with anger when you did something wrong. They would be out of their mind with depression when you did something hurtful or whatever, because you think that those extremes and that dysfunction is a way of demonstrating love, right? So it's not a love language.
Mhm.
It's more about whatever your love language is, it would have to go to that extreme. It would have to be someone messes. So if your love language is gifts, for example, giving gifts and stuff, you wouldn't just give gifts for no reason. You would give gifts after, you messed up the whole house and punched them in the face. Then you give a gift to make it all better. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I know when I hear people always talk about they want to do with edge, or they want to do that they can feel like can check them and stuff like that. I'm like, well, any dude can check you. It's just a matter is he willing to go to jail or not.
Hmm.
And this is why a lot of dudes like blank out, because I'm like, what do you really mean when you say you need somebody that can handle you?
Hmm.
Like, seriously. And then they really don't know what they mean when they say that. Because I'm like, well, what do you think that means? Because if there's no credible threat that I'm actually put my hands on you, then you're gonna test me. Now, if you're a bigger person, like 5, 10, 6 feet, then that's already heir apparent, so you don't have that issue. But when you're somebody like me, that's
Hmm.
5'5", then I like no, that's gonna come a lot closer because you're gonna want to challenge me a lot more. And then that's where that Napoleon complex thing people always project on and stuff kicks in. And I'm not trying to go to jail. So it just
But you know
always
what
kills me when
though?
people, yeah.
I don't. I don't think women, when they say handle, I don't think they mean physically. I think they mean as in, so when they while out and they go
Uh-huh.
crazy and they act in certain ways, that you can mentally and emotionally handle it. As in, you can look at that like it's normal and just look through all the bullshit and just deal with it like this is totally normal. I think that's more so what they mean when
Mm.
they say handle it.
I mean that may
Yeah.
be in your situation, but I don't think that's what they mean when they say that. I don't necessarily. I'm not saying that what they mean is they're looking for somebody to put their hands on them, but they're
No,
looking for a threat level that may not result in putting their hands on them, but they will kind of check to have them check themselves. But
so
I
we're
don't know.
now back to bulldog moments. Now, so now we back to bulldog moments. Because you got to do the bulldog dog. If you put me in a situation, yeah, I can go bulldog. But it's not
No, it wasn't.
my everyday interaction with you as and depending on the relationship,
Uh,
that doesn't mean that I'm gonna actually be in that mode all day, every day.
some women get bored if they can't go bulldog.
Then they can't go bulldog. And
Mm.
see, that's what, and so that was my other bullet. That was so you cannot, you cannot just analyze it. Every woman is in that mode at every time.
Hmm.
I'm not in bulldog mode every time.
Hmm.
I
That's what it's you.
love being the submissive. I love being. I
I don't know about that one, but yeah,
yeah. Yes, you know.
Well, at least you said the word.
yeah, she just said the
You
word.
know. You
A
know.
lot of people can't. They be like,
Nah, 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 nah.
BBS, you know I be listen.
Nah.
If I had my way BBS, you know it.
You are a classic passive aggressive.
No,
Yeah.
okay. BGS,
Hey, hey, hey,
listen.
hey, when you called your husband that was a cancer and you said with his sensitive ass, I said, okay, yeah, you are not submissive, sweetie.
yeah,
But no, you know
passive
what? No, no,
aggressive. But
no.
even,
Hold on.
but see, but that's a product of a different generation. They used to also call that, in the church, nice nasty.
Yeah.
No, you're
But see
right.
now, and that's one of the biggest differences in the other generation and the
Yeah.
millennial generation. You're gonna see it more in the Z's. Is everything's just overt. There is no passive
Mhm.
aggressive. That's
Mhm.
why
Oh
Miss
no, there's
Regina's
still
like,
passionate. No, there is still. It's just
Oh,
see, there's a lot of aggressive, but that doesn't mean that
okay,
someone who's aggressive isn't also very passive aggressive. Yeah,
I'll give you that.
yeah.
But yeah, it's more of this willingness, and it is not everybody, but it's just like even when you look at that video, because I remember that video, it was people like Paris, all of them, because I call it the protection racket. I'm gonna start calling it the protection racket
okay.
because they always because it's easy views. Black men don't protect us. Here's a story that
Hmm.
validates that. If
Hmm.
you got the right channel, that's automatically 50K
Okay.
views. I
Right.
mean, automatic.
Yeah.
So and she came on O'Shea stuff, and she was and like I said, she's young, so I know BJ is already thinking that, like, just charge it to that. But like you could tell but black men don't protect us and da 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 da. And I'm like, what are we supposed to protect you from? Your own fuckery? Is that what we're talking about? Because a lot of protection is prevention.
Hmm.
So if you actually ask us about something, we'll tell you might not want to
Yeah.
do that. For
Yeah. Yeah.
instance,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
if you're getting
Like.
beat up by Asians,
Mm-hmm.
getting your hair thing, so protection is supposed to be I'm supposed to go to jail to throw a brick through there, or I'm supposed to say, oh, well, there's some black women over there that have hair shops. Why are you not going over there? Oh, well, you just doing that because you afraid of
No.
going
No.
in there and putting a brick through that and going to jail. I'm like, okay.
So that's new school. You millennials actually rationalize that shit. We don't say that. Yeah, because the old school, we say, okay, you got your ass kicked by at the Asian nail shop. I said, good. Go back and get your ass kicked again. They said, why? Because you shouldn't be there in the first place. They kick your ass if you won't go.
But see, and you're right. That might be our problem because we're
Yeah,
giving validation to that just
validation
by
to it.
even trying to art
Yeah,
like
yeah,
to process it.
yeah. You treat me like I'm stupid. Yes, you are being stupid.
You know what though? If I could just point out something, because
Hmm.
Regina said it earlier, and it supports my point. So when we're talking about cancer and his sensitive ass, right? Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm talking about. When I say women are saying handle, I'm telling you because it's not like, oh, I'm just talking about me personally. I'm talking about
Mhm,
a
mhm,
collective thing that you hear women talk
mm,
about. Now,
mhm,
what you have to handle, my level of insanity and my
mhm,
specific insane things,
mhm,
right? It's going to vary from woman to woman. But what I'm looking for at the end of the day is when I'm being me, when I've let it all hang out and I'm me and whatever, that you're not going to cry about it. You're not going to be in your feelings for 3 weeks. You're not going to, now you're going to leave. You're not going to, it's not going to change everything
No,
because,
no.
I lost my shit. Right.
You
And
lost
that's
your
what women
shit.
are talking
I
about.
mean, but
It's
Ruby, and I get what you're saying, like where you're at, but you got to remember, you go. Let's say you going like what you would consider 6 or 7 or maybe 8. That's like in America, a woman being at like 4. Like we deal with it. Like it's easy like that. Like we get cussed out. We're born getting cussed out. We're born being said we ain't shit. 2 years old. Some of these kids be thinking their name is nigga. You know. So we're used to it. That's why it's so easy for us to like if a dude hops or deals with somebody, not even hops. Let's say deals with a black woman from another culture. Let's go there, and they're doing like an African, because Africans are big about passive aggressive. They love that. If they're gonna have an attitude, they're big on that. And dudes are just like okay, because it's like that's all you have. Like that's really it. Because I'm used to being told I ain't shit, and they really want to get mad and get me mad. They bring up my mama. It's all you have, this little passive aggressive, like with the sensitive ass thing. That's something I'd be like, oh, okay.
That's
Yeah, but
funny.
you see, I think what's happening is you're talking about what's being said. I'm talking about what the intentions or desires are. So, and that's what I'm talking about. Like at the end of the day, now part of handling her emotions and who she is might be needing to physically handle her, depending on how she deals with her emotions. But the point is that woman, then she's a 9 or she's a 10 or she's a 12 or whatever. My point is just ultimately when women are talking about that, right, they are talking about, now they might be completely out of pocket all the time, they might be completely wrong all the time, but the way that they're seeing it, right, is he couldn't handle it because emotionally, mentally, he wasn't strong enough, right? So what she's saying is, well, no, I need a man who's strong enough to handle it, and who's emotionally and mentally strong enough to handle it, not physically, but mentally and emotionally, so he doesn't walk away and cry about it like a baby. That's what she's saying.
And that's a red flag. If you gotta, if she says, "Can you handle me?" And then that's a red flag. Then there's some bullshit that's in her psyche that you don't need to deal with.
Yeah, she knows she does some crazy ass shit, right?
And
I would
there's
say
degrees to
run.
it. There's degrees to it. Like for instance, I give people a lot of room to wild out in private, but when it comes to in public, if you start wilding out in public and embarrass me, that's a zero tolerance. That's not even a one time.
Edward, take it from me. If a woman is saying, "Can you handle me?" That's your signal to exit, because anything after that,
you want to know.
Most women that don't have any issues aren't gonna say that. They won't say
Maybe
that at all.
this is not the no, I don't care. I'm gonna say it. It ain't bad. But you notice when I see something on a woman and I automatically think what you just said. You know those bull rings that a lot of women are starting to wear, like those but the bull ring in between their nose. I was joking about this at work. I said as soon as I see that, that's I need to be buck broken signal, and I don't care how good you look. I'm not doing it, because that to me, that's the can you handle me ring, because no.
Wow.
And it's a lot of folks that wear that ring now. That's not something that's like, oh, it's just a couple of people here or there. Like,
yeah.
and I've asked, I've been like, so what made you do that? What made you get the ring? And then they'll say, do I have a problem? No. When it comes to the nose ring and this, I'm fine with that. But that, because the way I'll frame it is, doesn't that hurt because that's cartilage? That's how I ask, and then they kind of get disarmed. And but oh no, you know what I'm saying? So I'll be like, a lot of people have that ring now. Yeah.
What response do you get? What answer? Because I've never heard anybody answer that question.
I mean, they'll just make it seem like it was just they'll try to charge it to trending. They see other people doing it, and me. I have my own theories about it. I just think that's another way to masquerade masculine energy. But you can say that with people having a whole bunch of tattoos. You can say that with a lot of stuff, but they'll just charge it to trendiness. It's not like a statement they're making. They actually think it's cute, and people say, sometimes people ask, "Well, so do you think it's cute?" And I'm like, no, no, I don't.
But you know what
But it's
though? I
just
mean,
worth
if you
joking.
look at it, there's some star who did it first. There's someone they are wanting to emulate and they're wanting to copy, both in style, look, as well as personality and all that stuff that they want to emulate. And so when that person does it, they want to do it too, right? Just like, yo, lady, I rock rough fits up with my Afro puffs. What happened? We all want to be badass like her. We got the 2 Afro puffs. We got the jacket. Why? You want to emulate that persona. You want to emulate that person because that person is cool. Or what I wanted to emulate the brat because she reminded me of me. She's a tomboy. She's got whatever. I wanted the hair and the little clips. So a lot of times, like, it's trendy, yes, but it's not because of style. Oh, the Cosmo magazine told us. It's because of some star that, you really admire and like and want to emulate. And so when they do this thing to their face, you want to do that too. And part of that is normally emulating other aspects of them. And since we know about people's personal
Yeah.
lives now because of social media, you're probably wanting to emulate all aspects of their lives, not just their look and what music videos show you.
You know what's interesting about the tomboy thing? This goes back to April Mason. This goes back to whoever like fulfills that moniker. It kind of, I'm not gonna. Obviously, there's degrees to this, but it's kind of the same thing as like with somebody that's like a stud.
Mm,
A stud understands dudes and kind of understands the other
yeah.
side of women as well. So they
Mm-hmm.
understand kind of like the issues that we say we have. So in that sense, there's usually never a lot of friction there. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? When it comes to women or tomboys, it used to be, and to a certain extent, it probably
Mm-hmm.
still is. It was never this. I'm gonna challenge other dudes. Maybe they play sports and stuff like that, but it was more like they fit in more with guys, or they understood more from the perspective. So in the
Mm-hmm.
sense. And this is like, for instance, because BJ's, I got to defend, bringing up, always promoted April Mason. This is the kind of thing I assumed, and it's not that. I mean, I stand by what I said, but at the
No, no,
same
no.
time,
Oh, she's all right.
because
Yeah,
yeah,
she ain't no snowflake. That's all I was saying.
no, absolutely, absolutely, and most of them aren't.
Mm,
Even Olivia Alexa wasn't. As soon as the MGTOW's got in her, she
yeah.
showed what she really thought too. But the thing about it is, it the thing with April is at the end of the day, April really doesn't want to have like a real conversation about a lot of things. She just wants to pretend like she wants to stay kind of at this level, and she doesn't want to go deeper, even
Mm-hmm.
though she's been through some things where you would think she wouldn't be afraid to go deeper like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like, to me, she's not afraid to ask, why aren't black men protecting black?
She,
If that's what you believe,
she ain't let you see
ask the
that.
why.
She ain't let you see that other side of her. That's all. Because
Yeah. So So my thing is, ask the why.
if you add up all okay, if you add all the stuff that she's gone through, right? She add up all the stuff that she's gone through. If she's, I'm sure there's no reason that she would be lying about being molested as a girl, right? Okay, you
Hmm.
okay, you're gonna be a little bit broken, okay, and you haven't broken relate like I don't know how many times she's been married. You have broken marriages and stuff like that. You got issues. So the thing is, I'm not saying that she's not a good person. I'm not saying that her message is not genuine. I do think it is. I think she is genuine, but she is who she is, and based on her personal life, she's not no shrinking violet. I can tell you that. I tell by the voice and her stature and stuff like that. She ain't no shrinking violet. She can put on she can put on the ladylike mask, but she ain't no shrinking violet. And
No, I actually heard her talk about it, and she said, like, she's done a lot of personal work to kind of get to where she is
mhm.
now. She didn't start being this person. She didn't even, as soon as she hit adulthood, she became this person. No, it took work for
No,
her and self-analysis for her to change things
she
and to try
Uh,
to
she
be
got
and
she got
act differently.
she got tired of getting hit upside the head. It was not a good idea to challenge a
yeah,
man.
you can bring up videos. You can bring up. In fact, if you type in hashtag April Mason, it's a video. It's like maybe 8 videos on there. Some of them are stuff Manosphere people have made, but it's one in the middle, just like from her 5 years. And you don't even got to click on the video. You can just look at the thumbnail,
Hmm.
and that's 5 years ago. That's
Hmm.
not even like eight
Yeah.
years ago. I've known April going all the way back like 8, 9 years ago when
Hmm.
Facebook, before black people really were on YouTube like that.
Hmm.
Facebook was more where folks were.
Hmm.
Um, Yeah, so yeah, it's a change, and that's one of the reasons. And see, here's the thing: one of the reasons why I used to always bring her up is
Mhm.
because if you bring up certain women, especially women that for instance, our black women don't gravitate towards, maybe it's because they're light skinned, maybe because whatever, you know how it is, BGS.
Mhm.
You know they're not gonna hear the message that needs to be received, and that's with anybody. That's not just with like black
Yeah,
women.
yeah,
So April, to me, based on what her background was, where she was coming from, and a lot of that little kind of twins of like what she's been through, kind of like a Michelle Obama kind of thing, is you can say, okay, black women say, I see me in
yeah,
this, and
yeah.
then what April was talking about was not some
Yeah,
you gotta be something they can't be.
yeah, she. In other words, you got to tame that bulldog in you. That's what she's telling me.
Yeah, and from somebody that's been through, that's got all the wait to exhale badges,
Hmm.
and somebody that had to do the work. Not somebody that I'm not saying nothing from light skin, but you know what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
light skinned, or I have a blah blah blah, and I
yeah,
have a this thing. Black women gonna reject that. They
yeah,
just are.
the little dainty AKA type woman. And I can listen.
Yeah.
What's her name? Like, what's her not Pope? What's her name? The uh, Rebecca Lynn Pope.
Rebecca Lynn Pope.
Now she's genuine. Okay, she's dainty. She's the one that would shrink back and clutch his pearls and that kind of stuff. You can tell.
Well,
April
she
May.
had to tame her bouginess. That was her issue.
Oh yeah, well that's part of it.
She had to struggle.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Pick a struggle. Where April's not that type. She's a jeans and tennis shoes type of girl.
Yeah, Lydia Cotton was like that too. Where
Mhm.
Lydia Cotton had to tame her inner bouginess, that Houston bouginess.
Mhm.
Took a couple of kids, couple of sets of twins, I think.
Mhm.
You know, to get that, and then she's happy with the dude she is. She's with. But it's different struggles. Everybody's coming at the same thing. But my thing is always, women. For women, they just need to stop lying. It starts with them lying to themselves. They need to stop lying to themselves. And what happens is a lot of dudes, some dudes get good at like recognizing that and hacking into those delusions and then getting what they need to get out of it. And then, because I don't ever want to see nobody wind up like no, not Nicole Michelle, but K Michelle, K Michelle. That shit was just sad.
Mhm. Oh, about her. I understand her. I get K Michelle. After I listen to her story, I say, "Oh no, I know who you are, baby. you just
You know,
you just shooting your sights a little too high, and you don't qualify. And you pissed, so it's all right. I have to settle."
well, that's another thing when it comes to the settling, like the settling piece too, because that's another thing. Because BJ, you made me laugh when you said, when I was talking about the market that April Mason speaks to, which is like people that's like 36 to like 44, really the
Hmm.
demographic, and then you said it's the last bus stop or.
Hmm. Yeah, the last stop, for the bus.
um
Yeah.
yeah, it's a lot of times people get to that point, especially in that age, because it's not about settling. Because at the end of the day, are you looking at, I call it economic currency and I call it genetic currency.
Yeah.
So let's be clear here. Most African American women are not settling on the sexual marketplace value. They're going to get the best they can get. And then everything else they try. And I'm not like blanking this. I'm just saying people that end up in this situation that are not married or divorced or anything like that.
Hmm.
They, like when they date, like when people say, oh, I refuse to date down.
Hmm.
No, you're never dating down when it comes to looks. You always getting the best folks that you can get. So it's a difference between you dating down, dating for like money and like, security, and
Hmm.
then dating down and then being kind of, this is what Rebecca Lynn Pope actually talks about. She says a lot of you all are passing up like the blue collar thing. This is another thing she talked about. And I heard you say this, Ruby, and everything you said was 100% spot on. It's like when you hear blue collar, you're thinking electrician, plumber, how much money is involved, because with blue collar work, there are things you can do where there is money involved.
Hmm.
Versus other women hear that and they're thinking like social status and stuff
Social
like
status.
that.
Social status. Yeah.
Please,
Even when blue collar,
please know that
Hmm.
that is generational. That is, please know
Hmm.
it has nothing to, because your generation and my generation,
The boomers
and
started
I
that.
apologize. I
The,
had to,
yeah.
the
I
boomers
had to
started
respect that.
that. Hmm.
You have to think of generational.
Hmm.
We were taught that what our men were supposed to do,
Hmm.
even if they weren't doing it,
Hmm.
you were to accept that individual that was supposed to be doing it. He had a good job at this bank at certain time in his life, and you were supposed to accept that.
Mm-hmm.
You have to think of it generate now.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all have the opportunity to see that this person ain't doing well, even though they are supposed to be at this point. Y'all have
Mm-hmm.
an opportunity to see that. We did not, and I'm not trying to create I guess, a buffer for us, but
Mm-hmm.
I it my settling
Mm-hmm.
what had to do with creating an environment for a child I'd already had
Mm-hmm.
and just trying to create a future. It wasn't it wasn't trying to secure somebody because of their benefits, because they were trying to do better, because they were it had nothing to do with that. It was just we want to be okay. If it's going to be me and her, or if it's going to be me and him and her, whatever it was, you I don't think they really take into consideration the
Yeah, well,
where we are generation wise.
no, they were saying that back in the early '80s about
I
settling.
was so not. I was. Oh,
But you got to remember who's saying this. It ain't the 90% or the 85 or 90% of women. It's the upper 10%. But they've been that I went to school, I got my master's and whatnot, and basically there's nobody out there for me to marry, so I have to marry down in class because there's not enough men to
Well, yeah,
no,
yeah,
we were
and
talking
my
about
thing is
marrying
your
down. But
now.
see, okay, BGS, I'm sorry if
Mm-hmm.
that was a confusion. I
Mm-hmm.
wasn't talking about marrying down. I'm talking about it when he mentioned settling.
Mm-hmm.
Because when for me settling means you
Mm-hmm.
just accepted what was there for you at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
That's what settling means for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I
yeah.
apologize if I'm wrong if that's not what
No, no,
settling means.
No,
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 no, no.
because it depends on how old you wait. Because sometimes, like when you're starting to get into 37, 38, I mean,
Yeah.
like, it's, I'm not saying it's impossible. Look, here's the thing. I'm never saying nothing's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
But the odds, you know how it is. The odds change.
Uh-huh.
If you're a woman, it's like, let's say you're 34 or 35, you ain't got no kids,
Mm-hmm.
and you got a decent mind about you. Your odds is gonna be a lot better than somebody the same age that, let's say, have kids,
Mm-hmm.
or somebody that's even a little bit younger that has kids.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all
Okay.
vectors, and but
Yeah.
it's that lack of. I think what happens is people, because the 92 set that tone, and a lot of people buy into that. Like women like Issa will buy into that because of Molly,
Mm,
and then Molly had to end
mm,
up checking Issa, saying, Lawrence, I don't like him, but Lawrence is actually a good dude for you. Like she actually told her Lawrence is actually kind of the dude you really need to be
Yeah.
dealing with, and
Well,
you really don't see what you really got.
no, no.
mm.
Basically, what Molly told at the very end of that show, what Molly told Issa, actually told her the truth. Lawrence is too good for you. That's what she was saying.
Yeah, and by the way, on a side note, I'm getting tired of seeing Issa Rae. Like they got her in another movie right
Oh,
now.
she,
Like
she,
I'm
she pop,
really
she's hot
there's
popping.
better man.
She bringing in money for him. As long as she bringing in money for him, and women are eating that stuff up, she gonna be hot. She gonna be the female Tyler Perry. Watch and see.
Oh God, don't say that. I hope not.
You see, that's what's gonna happen. But anyway,
I hope not.
but you know where
But go ahead.
the settling comes from, because every time they write a book and they start telling their story, if you look at like Kay Michelle, she's a classic person that had to settle, right? Um, what it is that, and guys can kind of do this sometimes too. You don't want to accept your sexual marketplace value. You don't, because you think you qualify for a higher grade of dude than you actually qualify for. Look at K Michelle. K Michelle thought, because and me and Ram actually talked about this, like behind the scenes. We talked about this K Michelle stuff. Ram and me, Ram and
Well, Rom says what he really thinks. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Shout out to Ram.
Not that he's lying, but I'm just saying it'd be more unfiltered. That's what I mean.
Oh yes, well yeah, a lot more unfiltered because yeah, Ram. I told the Ram, I said Ram Will's a little too smooth for my taste sometimes, but and whereas when he's in the car, then he's a lot less filtered. But me, him, and cousin Tito are actually talking in the back chat, and we talked about K Michelle, and there's the only thing wrong with K Michelle is that She didn't qualify for the dudes that she wanted. She wanted the 100 octane dudes because she thought because I work with these guys are my friends, and and I am on their level professionally because we collaborate, that I should be on their level socially, not socially, but sexually, and in as far as companionship. I said at that level, no, you don't. You don't qualify for
She
that.
knew it. That's why she got that blow up ass. She knew it. I mean, that's why she got the blow up ass. I mean,
Well,
let's be real about that.
she thought
If
that
I
blow up,
can,
it said that blow up ass and those its fake breasts would actually qualify her to
Take
be
her
in that
over the
class
top.
and take her over the top. That's what it is. Go ahead.
see what I think the confusion is with some people,
Mhm,
is that they think, for God knows what reason,
mhm,
that everybody starts at the top. No one starts at the top. We're talking a lot of times, we're talking about women who are under the age of 20, like 25, 30, who
mhm,
are sitting there and expecting, well, hey, I should start life off with a multimillionaire. And if I
mhm,
don't, well, then it's not good enough. But
mhm.
see, the thing that I don't understand, and this is an important difference in the 21st century, is it does not matter what color your collar is. It doesn't matter what your job description is. You aren't actually limited by that anymore. You are only limited by how much money you have. So if you found somebody that you could be a good team with,
Mhm,
and build with and
mhm.
support with and inspire, that same dude with the blue collar can get you that multi-million-dollar home and that multi-million-dollar life and the
Yeah.
multi-million-dollar respect you're looking for. So it's confusing to me. It's not like we are in a place where, yeah, if you're born blue collar, you're always going to be poor and live on the wrong side of town. You're only limited by how much money you make, and it doesn't
It-
matter what your job
it-
description is at
But
22.
it's,
You still
Ruby,
could
see
be make
that. But
multi-millions.
it's more
no,
than that. It's
Ruby,
more
that
than
but that
more than that.
mindset you have gives you an ability to do what I call. And I've had women come on my channel that's actually done that. Like they've accessed the dude in gray area situations, like a dude that was working on something, but he was living with his mama, and now they married. She don't work except with what she want to do, and he's making a lot of money as far as like being a plumber.
Uh,
But you have to be trained to and when I say trained, I mean be in an environment usually around other women where they are trained to have that mind's eye that sets those situations. This is why a lot of times, and let's be clear, white women, I can give you videos of white women talk about they can't settle and they're alone by 42 too. But this is why when a lot of black women ask, why do black men get with these white women? And it's like, well, she was with me when I was didn't have a lot. It was that she was able to assess where he was going.
mhm.
And a lot of times, like you said, black women want a ready-made package because let's just keep it all the way 100. By default, they don't respect black men. So it's got to be this perfect
Yeah.
package, and not where they overwhelmingly do it. They don't really see a lot of potential in black men. And usually when they use that term potential, that's really just code for he's past my sexual filter, so I'm willing to, wait and see what happens and on the other stuff.
Yeah. I mean, when I talk to these guys, especially guys that are uh, um, in that upper, the upper 92s, that they are professionals and all kind of stuff, and I understand where they're going, what they're talking about. Uh, just because just because you have a whole lot of money doesn't mean that you are in that class. You take a
Oh
Snoop,
yeah.
you take a Snoop Dogg that's worth $40 million. He's 100 octane because of what he does, but he'll never be a 92 octane. He's not that kind of guy. Snoop Dogg is he's an 85. Okay, he's born in 85. He's gonna be in 85. His sensibilities are at 85. The way he talks, the way he presents himself, he's an 85. He's not gonna. Snoop Dogg is never. I don't care how much money he makes. He's not gonna be a Kevin Samuel.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the thing about like even with the women, like when you look at like not Dominique, 'cause that's her real name, but Tasha, like there's nothing wrong. But the
Mhm.
issue is a lot of folks. This goes back like what Ruby, what you said. They don't. They're looking for the wrong stuff, and really that's the TV telling them that. That's
Mhm.
really all that really is. It's
Yeah.
the lack of training at home, and it's because you gotta remember you're dealing with generations of stuff. Like I remember Jason Black brought up what's her name? Black China's mother.
No,
And he
yeah.
was talking
Tony,
about how you put
Tokyo
Black
Tony.
China,
Yeah.
yeah, and you put Black China in a situation that her mother never had the opportunity to do, where she had whatever the dude Kardashian was,
Yeah.
she
Right.
basically had him rap, and she
Mhm.
could have did something even like Amber Rose would have loved to do, is get a part
Yeah.
of the Kardashian clan,
Yeah.
and she just blew that up. For
because
what?
because class is, I always say class is more than just money. I mean, money is a part of it, but the thing is where you're raised or how you chose to socialize yourself, or who you surround yourself with. Tokyo, what's your name? Black China's not going to be surrounded with lawyers and business people and stuff like that. Like I said, she's not going to be sipping tea at the cotillion. She's not that kind of chick. She's an 85 chick. You know,
Hey,
I talk about this to the Black Brain Trust, because these guys are programmers, engineers, and they're making over 100K, right? And they're wondering how a woman, a chick that they work with, who's supposed to be a 92, who's supposed to be a 92 in class because that's her job description, right? How come she's dating a drug dealer or a thug or whatever, right? It's because she's not a 92. Being a 92 is more than just your job description. I give you an outline. When I say the octane, I give you an outline about what you should, what the typical person in that class should be doing,
hmm,
right?
you know,
But the thing is, if she works, say like, see, she's hanging out with Regina, working with Regina side by side, doing the same thing, same education. But when she gets off, she's smoking. She's down on the corner smoking weed, drinking a 40. Her job has nothing to do with her class, because her social circle is different.
yeah, it's funny you say that because when you
Uh,
hear
You borged out. Hello, can you guys hear me? You,
Yes,
bor-
I'm
you
hearing
okay?
you.
Yeah,
You
we can
borged
hear
out.
you.
You
It's him.
borged out. Yeah, you borged out,
Mhm.
Edward. Yeah, but the thing
Oh,
is,
I was just saying when you hear women, Pat, say talk about dating D boys, some
mhm,
of the content creators, where they'll be talking about, colorism and all that, whatever, and then they'll be like, yeah, and they date D boys. I'm thinking to myself, like, you say that like there's nothing wrong with that.
no,
Like that's just something you do. But then you get mad and talk about the dudes that are like the engineers and stuff when it's like they assessing you against like the non-black chick. Which at the end of the day, this is a culture thing. It's
yeah,
cultural compatibility issues. But they want to sit there and mix it up and call it a lot of. I'm not saying colorism isn't real, but I'm just saying they mix a lot of what that is. But at the end of the day, when it comes to like folks like Kay Michelle, at the end of the day, your genetic value for the most part is your value, which
yeah,
is when I say genetic, I'm talking about the looks. And you can get mad all you want to, but at the end of the day, when you get, especially when you're getting the higher you go up where dudes have options or they
yeah.
have access to options based on their economics, your
Mm-hmm.
money is not going to overturn that. Look, what's the dude, Jesse Williams, with his wife? She brought
Oh
a
yeah,
dude
yeah,
and got kids from him. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, and probably her attitude is really what got on her too. It probably gave him an excuse to leave. I'll say that. But because she had money, she was a real estate person, very successful. But at the end of the day, it gets you what you get. What's the person? Lonnie Love.
yeah,
She's an electrical. She had an elect. O'Shea said this, and this is right, and I give her all the credit in the world. She's an electrical engineer from an engineering school. That is
yeah.
not easy. She earned that, but
Uh-huh.
at the end of the day, look at what
She, she, she,
who she's
she's
with.
she's settled. She's settled. You know.
Oh well, no, she didn't. She didn't settle BGS. When you get a white man, you can never settle. When he's white, that doesn't count.
She didn't get the white man that she wanted. Let's put it that way. She settled for the white
Well,
man.
I mean, they're not gonna get. I call them Chris Evans white dudes because Chris Evans actually dates a lot of black women on the low. A lot of people don't know that.
But she's not
So
going. He's not going to date no Lonnie Love though.
I
We
mean,
have a
but yeah.
question
Go ahead.
from the chat room for BGS and Edward.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so the question is basically what he wants to know is what do you think about women? There's two questions, two-part question. What do you think about women telling women that they should basically lie about having kids until later on in the dating process? So like just don't tell people you have kids until later on in the dating process. And also, what do you think about black women who say like I love black men or I love all black men? Those are his questions. And he's asking Edward
Uh,
and BGS.
if a woman says I love all black men and that kind of stuff, uh, tend to look at her with a side eye. Uh, not being upfront that you have children will probably hurt the woman more than hurts the man, because once he finds out, if he's not down for not having kids. Um,
Mhm.
what she's hoping for is that my personality and my coochie will win him over to where he doesn't mind putting up with kids. And I think that's the wrong thing to do because even if you get the guy, so say if the guy is not really feeling kids or you're not ready for kids right then and there, and you do your personality and your coochie wins him over, and then he has to walk in and relate with those kids. He doesn't really want to. It's a disaster. So you actually hustling backwards. So you think that you're getting a man, you think that you're doing the right thing, you think you're being slick, but in the long run, when it comes to a relationship, all that stuff is going to come up. So in my opinion, that's the wrong thing to do
Mhm.
because eventually if the guy's going to be around your kids, he's going to have to like your kids.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Because if you get a guy, he might like you, and he can't stand your kids, and that's a recipe for the disaster. So any,
Oh
if,
God.
if anything, I would say, um, if if, if you're gonna be a stepfather, is coming from a guy that did it, it's better for that man to love your kids more than he loves you. If it's gonna work, then it doesn't matter about you. Okay, well, you can have whatever, whatever. But the thing is, the relationship that he has with the child or those children will actually be stronger than the relationship with you, and that's what if you want a stepfather. That's
Uh, I add to that by saying you better be ready to have another kid. Because if you on that I'm done type stuff, then at that point, that's another thing that nips a lot of stuff in the bud too, as well as a lot of dudes be interpreting these women ain't don't want to have other kids. But if you have one, usually that's why dudes be having a one kid rule. If you got one kid, they might let it go. Versus if it's more than one, then they're charging it, no matter what the situation was. What was the other question?
The other question was about black women who say, "Her." I'll read it specifically.
Oh, that you
What do
love
you
all
think?
black men.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and what do you think about the YouTube "I Love You Black Men" campaign by black women? That was the
I,
specific
I I
one.
mean, at the end of the day, this the Missouri, this the show me state. Like, yeah, here's my thing. I'm very good at making black women mad, and I don't know who you are until you pissed off. So I'm very good at walking up to that line and messing with that line, but not necessarily going over. I've heard many black women have told me that. They have told me I'm very good at walking up to the line and getting cussed out and smacked. Now I'm talking about black women with different stripes, but not crossing that line. It's actually funny. I've heard this from many people, and whatever they say it's a talent because they'll give me this look. And they'll say it later on. They'll be like, "You don't know how close you were." I said, "I kind of have an idea. That's why I stopped." But anyway, you don't know who you're dealing with until a woman is mad because when she's mad, whatever she can do, she will do, and whatever she will do, she's gonna do.
Mhm.
So they can say that this goes back to April. April will say all of that, but at the end of the day,
Mhm.
like what BGS says, when stuff gets real, then they tell you what they really think. Like Rebecca, I don't see Rebecca saying that.
Mm-mm.
I really don't. I don't see Rebecca saying the same thing that April said. And I know she had a situation where she was commenting on not K Michelle, Fantasia, and
Mhm.
saying that like Fantasia's situation wouldn't necessarily work for everybody. And then
Mhm.
people are trying to make a fuss on that, but it was a different thing. But you kind of know who you're dealing with. So I think that's fake. I think that's just more of people are kind of reading the writing on the wall
Mhm.
Mhm.
and saying that like these dudes are really checking out, like the stuff that used to work is not working anymore, and at this point they don't really know what to do and they don't know who to turn to because all the people they listen to ain't where they at,
Mhm.
ain't kind of in the situation that they want to be in, or they're kind of doing the same thing and just they can get away with it, like Michelle Obama can get away with it because Barack just used to it, so they don't really have the ability to help them, and they're kind of, yeah. Now, as far as the ones that say, "Oh, I love black men" and all that, I gotta
Mhm.
say this. This is not popular. A lot of black people, they base their identity on their sexuality. So if they are attracted to black women, they will say they're pro-black because they're attracted to black women. That's how they really think. So they can't understand why would you be attracted to somebody else as far as female wise. And it's like it's not that I don't like black women, it's that I supplement with other races too. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so and they can't understand that. You see that projecting, like, this is why women feel so betrayed when they see black men date out, because they're like, well, I like black women, black men, and I like dark skin and all of that,
Mm-hmm.
and how come you don't reciprocate? Well, they forget that in the 80s, black women, a lot of black women weren't like that. They like light skinned folks. It's just different era now. So they just assume it's this betrayal. So a lot of that stuff is just built in based on what they're sexually attracted to. That's
And
all that is.
they don't. And the thing is, this, the first thing I tell them is, well, I don't want my son dating white women. Well, why would you send them to school with them if you don't want your black boy to date white women? Because if
Mm.
he's gonna date what's around him, and the white women around, you send him to a white school, guess what he's gonna date?
Well,
So,
and I want to just also say that after Rudy asked this question, some people were asking as well. They wanted to know if the women on the panel make that generalized statement, I love black men.
hmm
And when you do say it, if you do, what do you mean by it? So that goes out to the ladies of the panel.
who's first? Well, you go first, and
You
sure,
go
lady.
Okay.
first.
Okay, I'll start. Okay.
Yeah, shorten it up
Well,
though, Ruby.
I
Got 10
didn't.
minutes.
Lord Jesus, BGS, you've been waiting to say that, haven't you? You're like, yo, what haven't I said to Ruby lately? That, all right. Uh,
You haven't heard it in a long time, but I
it's
mean it
been
this
a
time.
long time.
Yeah,
I've been working on shortening things up. I have.
I know. I
Um,
hear it. I hear it. It's not short enough though. But you're making progress.
ignorancy. Y'all ignorant. Okay.
Don't worry, I always tell my people my video is gonna be 10 minutes and turns into an hour and a half.
Yeah. You and that
Exactly.
you and
See,
that would have the same problem.
shorten it up. I'm
And,
better.
you
Thank
know,
you.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. They said, "Damn
No,
it, an
I've
hour
just
is short."
accepted it.
Damn it, an hour is short.
right. I am who I am, though. I mean, there's only
Yeah,
short we can make
I
it.
know.
But
Eat your spinach, Popeye. Go ahead. I am what I am. Go ahead.
right. Um, but I'll say yes, I do make that statement absolutely. That I love black men. I love my black men. I claim black men. When I say my black men, I mean all of them. Now, with that being said, I might not like some of their actions, some of their choices, some of their behaviors. Same thing as black women. When I say it, I mean as a collective. I love us. I love when I see black men congregated together trying to accomplish something. It actually warms my heart. I love when I see a black man. He gives me a smile. I'm like, hey, whatever. Or a black man walks by me and says, "What's up, sister?" I love our men. I literally actually do. It's a natural affinity that I have for black men and black women that I don't have for the rest of the world and the rest of the population. Even some friendships that I've built for years, and I know these people deeply, I don't get the same inherent feeling sitting around talking to them as I do being in a room full of black people just talking, playing dominoes, doing whatever. So when I say that I love black men, I mean that literally, like as in I feel like there's this extended family of black people. I'm going to be 100% real and say the only time I've never felt it is when I was in a house and in a couple places where I was in a house full of African people, like from Africa, who are immigrants here. I didn't feel that same affinity that I do when I'm around West Indians or when I'm around Black Americans. But I will still say I love black people. I love my black brothers, and I actually care about them and want what's best for them. So it's like an extended family kind of thing when I say it.
Next.
Sure. What
I'm gonna
about
go.
you?
I'm gonna go last because I'm gonna close out. So I'll let everyone go first.
Ah.
They're like, say something positive about black men. All right, I need to
Oh,
put
so,
on that.
so I get to say something? What you say? I get to say something.
Mm-hmm.
I get to say something.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yay,
Yep.
yay. So classic Ruby, I just posted that you're my twin sister. I love our black men. It's just sad that I hear so many when I hear BGS. I listen in
hmm
on several of BGS's channels
hmm
and just listen to our brothers and their experiences with women, and even on here that our guests that the experiences that they've had, and it's so unfortunate. Um, that they've had those experiences. Y'all need to know that you are loved. Y'all are loved. There is some love out there for our brothers. Um, it may not be expressed. Some of us have our battle wounds, and we express them in a way that it's not always accepted. I'll just put it that way. Um, but we love you, and oh goodness, it's hard. Y'all got to know it's it it's a hard no, it's a challenge to have to share to an individual that you love them, but they are the ones that have created you. It's hard to say that
Mhm.
some of them have created who you are and your challenges. But y'all are loved. Um,
There's that filter again.
yeah, I'm creating. Yeah, I'm creating something. I'm creating
Yeah,
something.
you filter it. Okay, you filtering. I can hear it.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
creating something. But
That's the dance. That's the dance between black men and black women.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Masada, you want to answer the question about the stepmother lying to the mother lying to the guy until that she doesn't have kids until she does until she gets him.
I really don't agree with that.
Mm,
Yeah,
You let them know.
good
You
one.
let them know who you are up front. This is my package. For me, it was my package.
mm,
This is who we are.
mm,
It was three kids, two dogs, and two fish, and a hamster, and a gerbil. It's
mm,
all of us. It's not. This is what it, especially if we're gonna move forward.
mm,
You don't get a watered down version in the beginning. No, I'm not going to give that to you. You need to know exactly what you need to deal with up front.
mm,
And if you choose to be a part of it, then okay. And if not, I need to let me have if you allow me to have the opportunity to accept where you are, I'll allow you to have the opportunity. This is what I bring to the table.
yeah, yeah. And it
It's
also depends on the
simple.
ages. The earlier the better because I said my
Yeah,
son, my
yeah.
stepson, but I call him my son. He's still he's 33 and he's still my son. Still the same person.
Yes.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
he
And
was like 6 months old when I got him. So
yeah. And even my 21-year-old, he's the baby boy, and he still wants to know, okay, mama, who? And no, baby, not yet. Let me get to know him first. I don't bring anybody, I don't introduce anybody to them
mm-hmm.
that I'm not interested in.
Mm-hmm.
I will not. And so I said, sweetie, let me get to know him first.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll see if y'all and then if y'all are interested, then we'll go further.
Oh, but they're grown though. That's a whole
Yeah,
different
but even at 21, I'm still gonna that young man, he has a discernment about himself.
story.
And he knows, y'all get to a point, and BGS, you've talked about this.
Mm-hmm.
Boys know
Yeah.
when that man walk in that door,
Yeah.
he knows
Yeah.
what that man is about.
Yeah.
He
Get that,
knows.
get that energy. Yep.
He gets it. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Asada,
Asada.
you want to weigh in? Or yes, no?
Yeah, I think that's kind of unfortunate because I think that's one of the problems that lies with that's the issue with us, black men, women, and black men.
Mm-hmm.
We um we have to treat them the way we want to be treated. We can't take their freedoms because if you go into a relationship and you're not honest, you're taking away his freedom to decide whether he wants to deal with you or not. And I think that's unfair because we would, as a woman, you wouldn't want a man to do that to you. You want to be able to decide, okay, I'm going to take these steps and go further. So we
Mhm.
shouldn't take that liberty and take their freedom to do that either.
I agree.
Need a longer answer?
No,
All right.
What
I
about you
guess I
loving?
need
What
to
about
clarify
you loving
further
black men? Yeah.
as far as who needs to be
Mm.
clear. I apologize. I'm speaking out of turn.
Oh,
Maybe 'cause
no,
I
go ahead.
thought we were talking about my son
Oh
and
no,
stuff.
no, no, no. We were talking. She was answering the question about the single mothers and not telling her dates that she has kids up front.
Oh, okay,
She was
okay,
she was answering the same question.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay, got
that's
you.
what she was saying. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It would be older kids and introducing them into where your now significant others or potential significant others. Well, men have always been that way. We don't want the kids to see the your dates or something like that until we're sure. So men have always been that way. So and the women aren't not normally that way. They actually want to put actually filter the. Sometimes they actually filter the men through the children.
I don't think children should
Actually,
have that
no.
A lot of women do that. A lot of women. Hey, come on inside. You know that. You know they do that, huh? You know they do that.
What do you
No,
They
mean?
shouldn't do that. Children shouldn't have that responsibility. That's
hello.
I didn't say that. Well, there's a lot of things children ain't supposed to do. Say what it said.
I said that shouldn't be their burden to carry. That's that's what
No,
they're supposed to do.
Yeah, yeah, it shouldn't be, but there's a lot of stuff that black women do that
oh,
they shouldn't do.
my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What?
And I love okay, so here's the part BGS that I love about this channel is
Hmm.
that when you say black women,
Hmm.
black women, black women,
Hmm.
every time you were saying that while I was washing dishes
Hmm.
and making my notes, that
Hmm.
this wet paper said it depends on the woman because it's not every black woman that experiences that.
I didn't say
Not
that.
only that she's not experienced it,
I didn't
she
say
does
that.
not have the intellect
Uh,
to handle that
Okay,
situation. So,
okay. You're gonna
so,
have to. You go. Okay, as a scientist, right?
yeah,
Okay. Oh, no, no,
I'm
no,
a
no, no. Hold on.
researcher.
Whoa. Hold on.
Researcher.
No, no,
Researcher.
no. I'm talking me as a scientist. You
Okay.
okay? You cannot individualize a group. Okay,
Mm-hmm,
because you
mm-hmm.
because you won't understand it
You're gonna have to no, but
because
you're gonna have
there's
to have
always
but see,
well,
here's where okay. So
okay.
so 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 as a scientist,
Mm-hmm.
you
Oh,
know that there is a
you can't,
statistically significance
uh-huh.
that
Yeah.
needs to happen.
Uh-huh.
So regardless of what we say,
Mm-hmm.
if there's some statistically significance approval
Mm-hmm.
of, then we can move forward. But we don't have any level of approval right no none.
So in other words, if you're having a general discussion,
Then we can talk.
no, no,
We
no, no,
just
no, no, no,
talking.
no. Wait a
We
minute.
just talking.
No. When you're having a general
We just
discussion.
talking.
We just
We
talking.
just
Now,
talking.
if we want to go statistically down to the nth, what percentage will do what? Then that's a different story. Then we have to factor in upbringing, have to factor in environment, have to
Yeah, so that's
factor
right.
all the
Yeah,
things.
that's right.
The
That's
thing
right.
the thing is, but that is a detailed study and not a
But
discussion.
you brought in the
Hey, look,
scientific.
have you ever written up an abstract?
Yes, I have,
So,
love.
so the thing is, can you get down to the minutia in an abstract?
Yes, I can.
No, you
And,
can't. You have to give a general description of a finding.
you really have to, and you're gonna have to have some numbers to support it.
Uh-huh. And
You're
because there,
gonna have to, and we do not have the data, and we do not
yes,
have
we
the
do.
minutia data to support it.
All right. This is a big reason why stuff doesn't. This is actually a good example of what April did on her second video when she was talking about deserving protection,
Mm-hmm.
and she was trying to make it general. See, a lot of times we'll allow. I'm not trying to say people being emotional, but we allow stuff not to get to like the heart of the matter. At the end of the day, if I say black women do something,
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking it's gotta all I gotta have is 50% plus one. in order to be able to say that, because at that point that's the average. And when people try to say, well, that's not this, that's not this doesn't get this, I mean, that may not be you, that might not be you in your circle, but like for instance, like take Ruby for example. Ruby lives in Toronto, a certain region, north, obviously in Canada. So I know there's things that she's going to experience that's going to be true for her, true for Black people, that's true up there based on their experiences. That may not have nothing to do with stuff down here. Like for example, I just read an article that said that the United States of America really is 11 distinct regions. And that's just talk about just geographical area, not even necessarily based on
Mhm.
race and other social cultures. The point is we got to get past this, well, we want to defend the collective honor of Black women and circle the wagons and say some but not all. Because we're not saying this based on our personal experiences. This is stuff that dudes across the board, across generations, across age groups, across like regions, we're all saying the same thing. So, I mean, yeah, that's women. Yeah, I always say that, 20% operate within what I call acceptable parameters of like normalcy, but 80% is varying degrees. It's kind
Mhm.
of doing
Yeah,
what we're
yeah,
talking
within the
about.
80%. And basically, you know this, and this is any science, any mathematics, any kind of thing, and science and mathematics is very detailed. Okay, if you get down into minutia where there is no rule, then there is no rule. Okay, then everything's an individual, and basically, it doesn't help anybody.
If I could just say one thing, because I guess my question listening
Mm,
to this would be,
mm,
when we know that dysfunctional people often confuse any type of attention, be it good or bad, as a
mm,
good thing,
mm,
um, should we maybe then spend more time speaking about the 20%,
mm,
rather than almost giving the 80% exactly what they want, which is attention, whether it's good or bad, they're still getting it.
mm,
And so basically what's happening then is that the 20%, which is what we want our women to be in, that's
mm,
getting no attention, no shine, no whatever. It's almost being spoken about like it doesn't exist. So if you are a woman, and women, humans want attention, obviously,
mm,
but women want attention, women want to feel like there's something. So if their group is being entirely ignored, like it doesn't exist, does it not send kind of like the wrong message? Should we not be spending
no,
more time talking about the
no.
20%?
Excellent point, Ruby. Problem with that is the 20% gets ruthlessly attacked. They get called pick me's. They get called
Oh,
like,
I know.
so it's almost to the point. And see, that's the thing. Like, 'cause generally, really, this should be most other groups, and that's just not just racially, but even amongst like other Black groups. I mean, the women help reinforce this. I mean, it's not that the men don't do anything, but women, it's most effective controlling. I don't want to say it's gonna sound bad, whatever. Controlling female behavior is actually most effective when men leverage other women to do it. So when you leverage like the elder women, like think of some of the stuff that we were talking about when it comes to physical violence. The stuff that, like for instance, Miss Regina was talking about is like far as raising hands and stuff like that.
Hmm.
That stuff is common sense to her, but maybe for a younger person is looked at Real Housewives and all this BS, it may not be common sense to them. Now I can say something as a male, whether I'm older or whatever, but they can just charge me off as, oh, well, you're a male, so you don't know. Versus if she says it, it would be more effective. I used to call this like the Judge Hadjic effect, and other groups have this. This
Hmm.
is why like a lot of women fear the shaming of other women far more than what they fear men to do. They can't just write it off as easily. That's gone in the Black community for the most part. Either people are not talking or they don't exist anymore. And so it got to even the point of being 80%. And then if you say, okay, well, let's talk about the 20%, then they become targets. Like April has been, a lot of women have gone after April. A lot of women have gone after Nicole. A lot of women, any woman that talks about Black women should learn, at least do femininity, even to create their own outcomes. A
Hmm.
lot of those women get attacked.
Hmm.
So I haven't figured out how to get past that. So I'm not
You
saying it
can't.
can't
You,
be.
you 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 can't. The thing is, the reason you talk about the 80% is because the 80% is where the problems lie. It's not the 20%. It's the 80% where the problems lie, unless you get the 20%, because you're gonna have a middle, okay? You're gonna have the 10% on one side or the other, but the 80% is where the general population is gonna live, and that's where the rules are actually built. And As much as we don't like it, the 80% is still influence the outliers on either side. They're not going to be
Okay.
radically different.
And I agree with that and I understand that. But I think, for example, so
Mm,
when all we do is we show the bottom 20%, right, instead of the average. I'm not saying the average is good. I'm just saying it's the average, which isn't the bottom
mm-hmm.
20%. But when
Uh-huh.
we show the bottom 20% and then we go, see, this is all black women, what happens? No one learns from that. Whereas then I think that showing examples of, hey, look, this is actually the positive way to behave. For a lot of
But
people who don't have that behavior modeled for them, it might actually be a new
we,
experience. And hearing that it's actually getting approval and likes from men would actually be
we,
a motivational factor
okay,
for why they might want to do it.
when you talk about a problem, you always talk about the corrective behavior of what should happen, right? The
Mm-hmm.
corrective behavior.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about bulldogs. We were talking about bulldogs, okay? Okay. When we gave the example of that chick fighting that guy and the guy pulling out the gun. We always say, what should she have done in this situation? We're giving her the
Mm-hmm.
corrective behavior. We are talking about the corrective behavior. Okay. Guy pull out a gun. Number one, he shouldn't be out 4 o'clock in the morning. It's the first thing we said,
Right.
right? That's
Mm-hmm.
corrective
Mm-hmm.
behavior. Okay. Number
Mm-hmm.
one, we're not just telling about the bad behavior, and we're not. And she's an extreme case. Shouldn't be out at 4 o'clock in the morning. You shouldn't have got out of your car. Shouldn't challenge a guy with a gun. Okay, you
Mm-hmm.
when the guy pulled out a gun, he should have complied, got back in the car, and drove off, or gone someplace else. A lot of things that you could have done, but you didn't do.
Right.
Even when we talk about that, when we talked about um, because we didn't even get into deserving of protection. Actually we did. We talked about, okay, that comes from a culture. And even when I did my video talking about undeserved protection, okay, protection comes from the group. Okay, protection comes from a norm because look, in an Islamic culture, because of the way the women are and the men are, they have duties. The women do their part and they stay in their lane and do what they're supposed to do to keep the peace, and the men will step in to enforce it in case it doesn't, because then it becomes the negative behavior becomes an outlier, and they can police that, and the whole community reinforces that, right? Because it takes a community. So you can't start asking for protection and your community is in shambles, because you're not going to get it. Because the wrong thing
Mm-hmm.
to start is when you get in trouble and you get you're doing something that might not even be doing anything wrong. You live in a screwed up neighborhood because nobody's done anything to actually correct the behaviors of the neighborhood, starting with the little kids, raising them up, making sure they're educated, making sure that they stay out of trouble, making sure they stay on the path. Then that will never happen. So the thing is, you will never get kidnapped. You won't get that guys kidnapping women and take them to ATMs if the community is solid and the kids are raised right, and there's jobs there and there's things for them to do, and everybody's doing what they're supposed to do to keep them alive. When you can't start at 23, you got to start at 3 or 2.
Right.
Okay. So in other words, the reason you don't get protection is because you didn't do your job at 2. Because basically you have 90 control of 90% of the kids. So
Mm-hmm.
so those men that not looking out for you, not looking out to protect you or keep you safe or keep the community safe, okay? You didn't create those men, because you didn't create you didn't keep those little boys safe and protected in decent neighborhoods, and where they don't have to walk the streets without being bullied or having their lunch money taken or shot at and stuff like that. You create that environment, and guess what? That's the result you're gonna get. So you crying about not being protected? Nah, sister girl, you didn't do your job. That's like you're not protected. So you don't even though you think you deserve protection, you don't, because
And you know
the group,
something,
you didn't do your
BG.
job.
You
Mhm.
know something, BG. You really put a put something out there that because the seeds that are sown,
Mhm.
because it wasn't the individuals that were in my era. It was the when I left my ex,
Mhm.
I had individuals um that were beyond me saying, okay, did he touch you? That's all I need to know.
Mhm.
It was almost like
Yeah.
I, it had nothing to do with I'm crying and I'm boohooing. Did he touch you?
Mhm.
That's what that was their question to me.
Mhm.
Did he touch you? You leaving? That mean did he touch you? No. Okay. All right, what you got to do? And they moved on.
Mhm,
Um, I had three individuals
mhm,
that were above me that did that. It wasn't the individuals that were of my era. It wasn't the individuals that were below my era.
mhm,
It was they. It took them to say
mhm,
so. I don't think it's the teaching. I think it's the teaching early,
mhm.
but I don't know about
Yeah.
how it's going to relate and translate to the women who need it at that time. If that makes any sense.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know if that makes any
I'll
sense.
give you an example. Okay. A small child that's 6 or 7 years old can go from Tokyo all the way to Disney World in Japan by themselves, which is like
Hmm.
90 miles on a train.
Hmm. Hmm.
A small child that's 7 years old can get on a train and go to Disneyland by themselves. That in that society, never be bothered. There's never even a question. Nobody even thinks about that child being in distress. Right?
Hmm.
Nothing will happen to that child. Right? That's a society. That child never thinks about being abducted, being raped, being beat up, anything. Why is that?
You're right. That's the society.
Society. So the thing is, we the thing. There's a reason that Housewives of Atlanta and all those Love and Hip Hop and all those kind of shows are popular, right? There's a reason for that. There's a reason that we gravitate to this kind of stuff. There's a reason that we gravitate to Scandal and we gravitate to Empire and those kind of shows. Why is that? Because in our
Tell me, because I've never seen an episode of Scandal. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
but in other words, because it speaks to us. Why does the Tyler Perry movie speak to us? Speak to women especially. It speaks to them.
Well, I know
Housewives of Atlanta
his movie Empire does not speak to my family. I'm just gonna say it's
what I'm saying.
love.
See,
It's
there you
publicity.
there you see, there you going with the outliers. The majority of people, the
Yeah.
majority of women it speaks to. Otherwise, it would not be popular,
Yeah,
right?
it does. It does.
Right.
It does speak to
No,
relationships.
no,
But
the,
it does,
the thing is, why does it speak to them and not to you?
I don't like the idea of a black woman screwing a white man. So
I understand that, but
no,
why does
that's for which one? Okay,
see,
now we're talking about two different ones.
no,
Empire. She's not sleeping with a white man.
no, but,
That's
yeah, yeah, but
that's
they
other
do all kind
movie.
of ratchet,
That's other show.
kind of stuff. Yeah, what I'm saying is, why does why what is it that it doesn't speak to you, but it speaks to the majority of black women? What's the
It
difference?
has drama. No,
Upbringing.
Upbringing.
no.
Yeah,
Okay.
Think
upbringing.
The
about it.
culture you were raised in, even
Yeah.
and I don't mean the culture necessarily of the overall society, but the culture within your household, your community, your family, what
Hmm.
you were exposed to and what you were taught was normal or
Hmm.
acceptable or desirable.
And that's vast majority because it's been passed down and it's been learned, and it's been passed down for a very long time because it's the
So
same thing you see now.
and
You see 100 years.
and I'm
There's a reason for
and
that.
I'm gonna say some a big part of that is to why this stuff keeps getting passed down is because it's quite frankly never really being challenged. It's always this other thing where it can't be this, it needs to be this. Or what happens is people want to stick to the surface and they have this fake outrage. Like, how dare you even bring up the notion of if I deserve protection? Because that's actually what April did. That's just something you should just do. And this is what she said. She said specifically that it's one thing if you're a woman putting out the energy of saying you're a strong and independent woman, and she said this is why she tells women not to do that. Do not put out saying that you're a strong and independent woman because that's you kind of bringing that reality to you. And I'll give her credit for saying that. But at the same time, she said for women that don't put that energy out, where are the good men? Now, here's the thing. Most women that fits that what she just said do not have a problem with protection. They don't. They
Black
have
women.
brothers and families. Yeah, not typically. Yeah. So with the woman in her, go ahead.
No, 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 no. That was agreement. I was the amen corner. That's all right. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I
That's
just
the
didn't
amen
because I know. Well, I know how I can be. I know how I can be. So so when she said that, and this is where it goes into like people are questioning, her cousin situation. Like, okay, and look, I'm a dude, but y'all all said it, and I wasn't even on here. It was the same stuff we were saying, and but see, she don't want to get in all like now. That's all of a sudden her business. Okay, so remember, when you want to bring the society in your business,
Mm-hmm.
understand that the society is going to make their own decisions based on the societal laws. And here's the thing. This is the biggest issue that black women have. They want this uber protection. Like when you deal with stuff as a collective, you have to deal with the collective's laws. With the Nation of Islam, they have a social agreement, and the society of the Nation of Islam reinforces that. You can choose to opt into that, or you can choose to opt out of it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is what it is if you're in. See, with us, what we want to do is we want to have this. I don't want to be I want to be independent when I want to be, but then I want to check into this collective protection when I think it should be. And women that actually understand it, in our own families, we understand that's not how it works. It's not that you don't have any autonomy, but you can't just be doing crazy stuff and then
Yeah.
like, having people bail you out. That's like the basic understanding of it. It's like I may bail you out that
Yeah.
one time. Yeah. Yeah.
It's very it's
He needs to know it's not. I, I, I got it. I'm
You
gonna
got the final word, Regina.
yeah, got
Okay.
the final word.
I'm sorry.
Go
Go
ahead and
ahead.
finish.
No, you go ahead and finish. You got the final word.
No, no. I just want you to know that it's not all. When you say all black women,
I never said
I
all.
please. No, 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 no. You did not. The young man, Mr. Edward. I just want
80%.
okay. You gonna give us 80? Can I get a good 76?
You get 51 if you want.
Can I get it's a good 76.2? You know, I want us to be cognizant of that.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not all. It's not all. And just like it's not all men, how we degrade our women for saying how black men they ain't did nothing, they baby daddies and da-da."
Mm-hmm.
I, I I want us all to relanguage ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not all. It's not all. We got
Well,
to we please release ourselves from all, because when you say all, we get at some of us, and I'm going to be inclusive of that. I
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm included in that, and I'm so separate from that, even just because of my age. It ain't got nothing to do with how I feel about it. Nothing. Just who
Mm-hmm.
I am in my age category, baby.
Oh,
I just
one day we're gonna spend an hour of just me and you, Regina. We're gonna dig through that and see how
oh
much you have in
and I'm
daddy,
be muted.
I ain't finna bullshit that. No,
Yep.
we gonna do
Wise
we gonna
choice, Shar.
we gonna dig through and gonna find out how much you actually have in common with most black women, sweetie.
because for real, it's not. That's not the place we need to put
Yes, we do.
ourselves.
Yes, we do. Because
It's with all.
we ain't gonna fix the problem. We have to do that.
Yeah.
We have to do it as a
Okay.
collective. Otherwise,
Okay.
it's not gonna work.
Thank
Okay.
you, everyone.
All
I
right.
Thank
appreciate it.
you,
It was
Shar.
fun. It was fun, Edward. Thank
Mhm.
you for being a
Thank you,
man of the
Edward.
week.
Thank you, Edward, so much.
Hmm.
Thank you, ladies, for joining the panel and everyone in the chat
Yeah.
room.
It's only a
Oh,
cat.
Nice to see you.
It was only a
appreciate
category 3 this time. Okay.
Right?
Yeah, it was
I was gonna
wonderful.
say,
it.
Shar,
Yeah.
you got to get Edward more hyped up before he comes back next
Yeah.
time. All right? I want to see
Yeah.
full force
Yeah. Yeah.
hurricane.
Yeah. We want.
Okay, we'll do it next time.
All right.
Thank you, everyone that
All right.
contributed to the channel. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
We'll see you next week, and peace out.
All
All
right.
right.
All
Good
right.
night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night, everyone.
All right. You can do
Cheers.
the wall thing. Good night, John boy.